happy win, especially at home.
Hey
So
guys, we're
yeah.
back. Um, we're having Wi-Fi issues, so this is part three of the stream of schedule release for 2025 for the Carolina Panthers. Hit that like button, hit that sub button. Appreciate y'all, man. Welcome on in. We're talking about the Atlanta Falcons. Um, so here is my thing.
Uh huh.
Atlanta is a very, very tough and resilient opponent, and you have to come in there aggressive. You have to come in there angry and ready to play. Otherwise, you will lose.
Right.
Yeah. Shout out David Screws. He says technical difficulties. Correct.
Yep.
um, I think that with these new acquisitions that Atlanta got in the draft, they're going to be a problem.
Yes.
And the Saints are going to drop off the map. Um, so it's going to be us, the Falcons, and the Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers did add some pieces as well. So if I was to put bets on who was going to be the main problem for us getting the division crown, oh man, between Atlanta and Tampa Bay, that's a tough
I'm
one.
leaning. I'm leaning more towards Tampa Bay, just because I mean we haven't beaten them in 3 years.
I'm going to say Atlanta, and the
Ri-
main thing being is because they just added enough pieces that they're going to be a major problem.
Yeah, and it is going to be pretty weird, especially when once we get to them, Tampa Bay, and just how that's going to work out.
Yeah, they found their quarterback, I think, in Penix, and they've got weaponry now. Not enough weaponry, so it's going to take an extra year to build up the rest of what they need. Maybe 2 years to fully build up an Atlanta team that could be a problem. But
Hmm.
see, guess who the owner still is? Arthur Blank.
Yeah, Arthur Blank.
And as
Hmm.
long as Arthur Blank is that owner in Atlanta, they're not. It's not going to happen. They're not going on a playoff run again. I,
Right.
I don't know who they got as a GM during 2016, but it worked because that GM actually knew what he was doing.
Mm.
You know, you know what they did that they didn't do the previous years? Take a
What's that?
wild guess, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Offensive
oh,
line building.
O line. Yeah, that is a good point.
They never did that before, and they never did it again. Guess what they missed out on again? For yet another draft. If you look at Atlanta's draft picks, let's look at them. Hold up.
Only five.
That's a linebacker, a defensive end, a safety, another safety, and Jack Nelson, who is basically considered a backup.
Right.
Is that enough to boost their offensive line? Can you put
Mm.
Jack Nelson in there immediately and expect him to become like a Pro Bowl offensive tackle starter for Atlanta? I'm sorry, but no. No. No, 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 no. You need to do more than that if you're going to boost that offensive line in Atlanta. It's not enough.
Mm.
And if you go back and you look at the offensive line for 2016, these guys were monsters. I'm talking about 300-pound monsters on that line.
Yeah, that's fair.
Matt Ryan was getting kicked around, run into the ground. He couldn't do anything back then until you built that offensive line. Guess what happened? Look at that offensive explosion in numbers that happened versus
Right.
the really really good Pro Bowl numbers that he was already putting up. Yet people trash Matt Ryan all the time. They say, "Oh, he's trash, he's trash, he's trash." Bro, no, he's not. You wouldn't be saying that if he had a ring. And he was this close to getting a ring.
Yeah, that much is true.
Same thing with Cam Newton. Everybody trashes him. Oh, Cam Newton this, Cam Newton that. You know, y'all wouldn't be saying that if he had a ring. And I'm just
Yeah.
saying he was that close to getting it too. Because we had a mammoth roster in 2015. I mean, top to
That
bottom, mammoth.
that is true. For
I don't think
reals.
we'll ever have a roster that good again. But we can come close, and we're getting there. Year by year, we're getting there.
Hmm.
But Jack Nelson is not enough, Atlanta. You need more. That's your emergency choice, as a backup offensive tackle. I had him as a backup for Icky back there, you know, just to help him out. He's a good choice,
Su-
but he's not enough.
Super Trebo, welcome to the stream. He says, "Sup guys? Don't look now, Jason, but remember the last two. Yep, I'm aware. The last two times Panthers opened up against the Jags in '03 and 2015, both times Super Bowl. And Super Bowl is going to be in Santa Clara again this year. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm.
we'll get to
I
that
mean,
game. We'll get to that.
I mean, I mean, I'm hoping perhaps history repeats itself just with a different ending, as in us winning it. But I mean,
Yeah.
you never know. You never know. That's all I can say.
David Screw says we got 18 million in cap space. We might sign a couple more free agents. Just checked in over the cap. That is correct. I'm looking at Asante Samuel Jr. and I'm looking at Stephon Gilmore. One of the two is going to become a Carolina Panther again, or
Yeah, they got
or
some
or
room.
now will become a Carolina Panther.
Yeah, they got some room to do some stuff.
I'd like to see us shore up that corner room. It would be fine if we don't show up the defensive end and we just sit there with a B plus defensive end crew. They're rookies. That'd be fine with me for one more year. That's normal in the process. You're gonna have that one position, that you don't finish building, until year three. But you've got everything else sealed up.
Right?
Um, but guess who Jack Nelson's going to be facing up against when we play him in week 4? Our new rookies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you this right now: Jack Nelson ain't gonna be enough for you, Atlanta. That man's about to get run over. We're gonna get some tackles for loss. We're gonna get some hits, man, in the backfield. Penix will be running for his life on that side of
Yeah,
the field.
we gotta rack them up. Definitely gotta rack them up.
Like, you failed to
So,
get a starter. I'm gonna
so,
go ahead. Go ahead.
so you're thinking win overall with this one?
Is this one in? Where is this one? This one's in.
This this is at home. This is our first home game.
Okay, okay, okay. This is a big one, and I need people to show up for this game. I need people to
Same.
show up for this. I need y'all to crank up, buy the tickets, show up. I'm gonna see what I
Yeah.
can do too. That's a 1 o'clock game, so that's gonna be tough for me to show up, but I'm definitely covering it. 100% covering it. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah, I need people to show up. Wear your black and blue because we need this win right here. We need
Yeah.
this win. This is a humongous momentum builder in week 3.
Yeah.
We get this one, we can roll into week 4 3-0.
Yeah,
and
that
that's going
could
to
be
get some
really, really
major
big.
attention throughout the
Yeah.
league, and send an immediate message: yes, we are back.
So win, win.
9/21, folks. 9/21, September  21st. Show up 1 o'clock in Charlotte. Be there.
Be there. Week 4. Oh man. Uh, it's on the road against a team we haven't played in a number of years, the New England Patriots.
Man, I hate playing in Gillette Stadium. I hate it. God, I hate it. I hate
Uh,
that
now,
stadium so much, man. Nothing good ever
now,
happens there.
they are in serious rebuild mode,
Yep.
but
This is gonna be a win.
they they got some folks now. So I'm guessing Drake May is their guy. I mean, they're really going to come out swinging with Drake May unless they're really serious about starting Josh Dobbs, which I don't see it.
Drake will
Um,
start. Yeah.
but you gotta look at that receiving core. I mean, Stephon Diggs and Mac Hollins.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
solid again.
that's gonna be interesting. Um,
That's gonna test our corners.
Austin Hooper and Henry at the tight end. Ooh.
Mm.
Okay, so they got some weapons on offense.
That's gonna really
Uh,
test us in our linebacking core and our corners. So y'all
right.
better be ready for that.
Um, defense. Well, I don't really see anybody that stands out on defense. Jabril Peppers at safety. That's about it. I mean, this was a team that was 4-13 last season. So I mean,
I feel like we could push them um, our offense versus their defense, and we'll win.
Andy Zyke, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Oh, he says go Birds. Oh, are you
Hey,
wait.
that's Andy. That's Andy. Get in Discord, man. Get
Oh
in
yeah.
Discord.
Oh, the Seahawks fan. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Discord's open. Yeah, get in here.
Yeah, if you want
Come
to talk,
on.
man, we'll discuss your schedule too with the Seahawks if you want. Who y'all picked up and free agency and everything else. We'll talk Seahawks, Paul. I don't mind.
So, I mean, I'm not too concerned about their defense on paper. Their
Me
offense, I
either.
mean, they did pick up some weapons on offense, so that's really the only thing that stands out to me.
They they did pick up weapons, but it wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough. It was like year
Yeah, I mean,
one weapons. You know what I mean? In a building process.
hmm
Which I mean,
yeah.
we follow that same blueprint. You know what I mean? So they'll come back eventually. It'll be about three maybe 4 years fully rebuilt.
Oh, Andy's a Eagles fan. He said Eagles. He's an Eagles fan.
Oh, you're an Eagles fan. Okay, okay.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, coming off a Super Bowl. Um, to be honest, I mean, I think we'll still squeeze out a win. I'm just very curious to see how our defense does against their weapons and, Drake May.
Right, right.
But
I like
but yeah,
Drake May.
Patri
I think he's good.
yeah, but yeah, Patriots are still in super rebuild mode, so
Man, think about that. We could go 4-0. 4-0 before we ever hit the Dolphins, man. That's crazy.
yeah.
Or at least 3-1. I'm thinking 3-1. Even if we drop the Falcons game, we're still 3-1.
Yeah.
Because I don't see us dropping the Jacksonville game. I don't see us dropping the Arizona game. The Falcons will be the one that we drop.
You think it's a chance that it's the Falcons? I see.
Yeah, yeah. Because we've dropped Falcons games before. You know, even at
Yeah,
home. So that's not unusual. But I think we got more weaponry this year, so I don't think it's going to turn into what it did last year.
fair enough.
Although it could. It very much could. They've been very, very competitive with us when it comes to free agency and the draft. So
Right.
it could turn into what you saw last year again. It's possible. But I mean, either way, you're still looking at 3-1 going into the Patriots game. You know,
Right.
with the win over the Pats. I like my chances here. You know, going into the Dolphins in Week 5, I really like that. Um,
Yeah, that's fair.
we got a lot of
Um,
momentum. Yeah, injuries have set in, but I like what we're seeing.
so I guess that will usher us into week 5 at home against a team we haven't beaten in a while, the Miami Dolphins.
The problem with the Miami Dolphins is, in the last few years, is they cannot beat major opponents.
Yeah,
They can beat weak teams that are on their schedule, but they cannot beat major opponents that are equal to them or better than them.
they had a really weak start, but they had a surge at the middle near the end of the season, but it was too little, too late.
Yeah. Uh,
Well,
And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with the Dolphins. Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys. Because when you're talking about what they did in previous years, let's look at 2023. That's my prime example. 2023. See, you had all these wins against all these major opponents, and then you faced Buffalo and you faced Philadelphia. You faced KC and you lost all 3 games. You faced Baltimore at the end of the year, and then you faced Buffalo at the end of the year and you lost again.
hmm
Look at all these cupcake games in between. You had the Chargers who were stagnant. New England was trash. Denver was trash. New York is trash. We were trash. Let's be honest. Week 6, we were garbage. You know?
yeah,
Tua was playing all of these games in 2023, by the way.
yeah,
New England, again, was trash in between. Cupcake game. Raiders had some fight in them, but they're still mediocre. Jets are trash. Washington was trash. Tennessee was trash. Somehow you managed to lose to Tennessee by 1 point.
yep, that they did.
Uh, you beat Dallas somehow. And I said, okay, if you could beat Dallas, let's see you beat Baltimore. Let's see you beat Buffalo. That'll convince me you're for real.
Mm,
Didn't do it. And I said, Miami is not for real. Guess who they ended up playing a wild card? Kansas City. And they lost by a major score of 26-7. Expected score. Consider what we were doing with there.
right.
Roll on into 2024. Jacksonville cupcake game. Then you have Buffalo. Lost to Buffalo. Lost to Seattle. Playoff team. You got stumbled over by Tennessee 31-12 last year. Dolphins, what? How do you lose to them twice in back-to-back years? That's horrible. All right. You beat New England barely and not even convincingly, 15 to
hmm
10.
Right.
Barely beat Jacksonville 20 to 17. Earlier on. So I mean, You lost to Indy, who's a playoff team at that point, still trying to figure things out what they are. But AR was garbage. So, yeah. You lost to AR. Come on, man. You lost to Arizona. You you somehow beat the Rams, who were surging at the time. You beat the Raiders, who were stagnant. New England, of course, here's your cruise in win here, 34-15. That's what you're expecting that score to look like when you play New England, if you're a
Mm-hmm.
decent team. And then you get stomped by Green Bay in Green Bay, expectedly. They got a wake up call there. They barely beat the Jets in overtime. I I mean, is this team for real or not? You know, they don't
Well,
know what they were last year. Houston, you lost to Houston. How do you lose to Houston? You beat San Fran, okay, cool. You beat Cleveland, okay, cool. Nobody's really even looking at those two games at that point. And then you lost to the Jets to finish that year out. Ouch.
well, I mean, to be fair, Houston did make it to the divisional playoff game.
Yeah, but you lost by 8 points. That's the point. You didn't even make it a competitive game. So if you're a legitimate team, Miami, that should be at least a 3 point game competitively. You got the talent. Why were you not making it a 3 point game? That's my problem with Miami is they've got the talent and they can't close the deal. You know, they get all these
Yeah,
cupcake games. Okay, yeah, pad your schedule, pad your schedule, pad your schedule like college. And then when you face somebody like Buffalo or somebody with some real prowess, you're done. You're cooked. You know, I'm like, what? And this is
yeah,
2 years of the same pattern. I don't see any reason why 2025 is going to be any different either with the same coaching staff. You know, I
yeah,
just
and they
2025 you're going to pad yourself with a win over Indy and New England, face Buffalo and take an L there, barely
Al,
beat New
well,
York somehow, and then face us and lose again.
Al, welcome to the stream. What's up? Um,
And this
I
is
don't
with
know.
Tua.
What? Yeah,
All
but
of this was with Tua.
I don't know if like I mean, you think this is a good chance this will be a win?
I think we've got enough weaponry that we can match them now. I
Mm,
can confidently say that. Do we have enough? And they're just on that bubble of becoming a playoff team, but they're just not there yet. You know, and that's where I feel like we're at. Even with our acquisitions, you know, we're just right there where we can get 9 wins, maybe 10,
yeah,
and be in the conversation. But we're just not quite there yet to where we can make a playoff run. You know, and that's where the Dolphins are at. So,
so so where I'm having a really tough time with this is I mean the last two meetings we've lost by double digit points.
mm-hmm,
We haven't beaten Miami since 2017.
correct. David Spruce
So
just pointed that out too.
it's like I I'm having a hard time picking this one as a win. I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
What makes you
I
think we
hope
might lose that game?
I hope I'm just based on
let's play devil's advocate here. What makes you think we're going to lose that game if we do?
We haven't put up a convincing fight against this team in the last two meetings. And when we did beat them, you know, I mean, it was so long ago, which, we destroyed them. Last time we beat them, we did destroy them. I will say that. That 2017 victory,
Mm-hmm.
we put up 42 points. So
Mm-hmm.
there's that. And I mean, we're easing back into that, I think, with the offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just really going to come down to, are we going to be at a point where we see that the defense is what we need to see for them to be a threat to stop
Mm-hmm.
Miami?
Mm-hmm.
It
Just a
it
lot of
might be
question marks still.
yeah, it
And you're
might
right.
be a little early, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm not. I can't sit here and say I'm 100% convinced and confident that we'll beat Miami. On paper, on paper. Now,
Mm-hmm.
now that could change like the week or 2 weeks before, just depending on
Right.
how we do.
I would
But
agree with that
just,
too. Same on my end.
but just, I'm struggling with
Yeah.
this one. This is one I'm struggling with.
This is one of those 50-50 type games, to where it will be going back and forth depending on how the season goes and what our injuries are and a lot of different variables. So, yes, I
Yeah,
do agree with you on that. I think it is too early to really push for a dub on that one on the radar.
and it's a bummer because those 2 years ago we went up 14-0 in the
Mm,
first quarter and then
mm,
just got obliterated starting the second quarter, and it's just like my heart just sank.
yeah, it
So
was the defense, and
yeah,
that's the one thing we did address this year is the defense. So I'm hoping
true.
it will be enough. But it'll depend on
Yeah,
how those rookies do and what our new acquisitions do. Um,
yeah. But I'm gonna
Injuries too.
say that. But I'm gonna say for now, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm marking this one as a loss.
That's fair. That's fair. Another thing about this game is it is at home too.
Yeah, which gives me a little bit of hope.
Mm-hmm. I feel like if we do somehow get this win in week 5 with a 4-1 start going into the Dallas game in week 6, that's a big, big momentum shift for us. And,
Right,
you know, like David said, the last time we beat him was 2017. And what
right.
did we do in 2017? We actually made a push for the playoffs, right?
Yeah, yeah. Wild card.
So, I mean, this is indicative of that right there. We had
Yeah,
enough weaponry at the time that we made that push. But the thing is, during that time, we were degrading. We were
right,
losing players slowly but surely.
right.
But now we're starting to gain them slowly but surely. You know, so it's the
Hmm.
opposite effect. So if we can reverse that polarity and send it in a positive way towards a winning situation, I feel like that would do big things for us. You
Yeah,
know,
that's understandable. That's
yeah.
definitely understandable.
Um, we would Tua is still every bit as dangerous as he always is.
Yeah,
If he's healthy and he's on the field, he's a problem. Um,
right,
but he's lost a lot of weaponry. He still has some weaponry, but he's still lost some. So I
right.
mean, the question is like, how much of that remaining weaponry is going to come back to bite us? In that game, if it's healthy, you know, it's going to come down to matchups. It's going to come down to injuries. It's going to come down to, you know, how how does our momentum look going into week 5? And
Hmm.
this is why I do like 4 different segments of check-ins, throughout the year. with live
Yeah.
streams and just say, how are we doing? You know,
Mm,
are we on track? Are we behind schedule? Are we ahead of schedule? What are we doing?
mm,
Momentum wise, are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? Do we still need help here? Are we okay here? Where are we? So the first check in would be after week 4, you know, week 3 or 4, and say, okay, where are we? Because by that point, you have set a set of patterns, you know, and it's either going to be healthy ones or unhealthy ones,
right.
So everybody has set patterns, no matter whether you're a rookie, veteran, wherever you are on the spectrum, you know.
Right. Al says, things could be worse. You could be stuck in Minnesota like me. Uh, is that a bad thing? I mean,
Minnesota made the playoffs last year.
not only did Minnesota make the playoffs, Sam Darnold had the best season of his career, and Kevin O'Connell won Coach of the Year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shoot,
That's not a bad
Min-
place to be right now.
Minnesota's doing some stuff. Al, what you talking
Mm-hmm.
about?
Mm-hmm. Now, why they didn't re-sign Sam Darnold, I don't know.
Yeah, like
My bigger question with Sam Darnold is, why is this man still a free agent after what
yeah.
he just
Well,
did?
no, he's with Seattle now.
Oh, he's with Seattle. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's really weird how that went because, like I said,
Yeah.
I'm really shocked that Minnesota didn't keep him. I mean, I know they said that hit the playoff game he just fell apart, but I mean
Mm-hmm.
he had the best season of his career. Like he made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Like
Mm-hmm.
like you know like that dude. Sam Darnold did the do. He did the do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, folks, I'll say this. I know a lot of folks hated on Sam Darnold, but last year he did the do. Made a Pro Bowl, had the greatest season of his career,
Yeah.
and still not even 30 years old. Just saying. Just saying. Um so you're going win for over Miami. I'm going loss.
Temporary win right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really hope that changes. Uh, and then we got another.
Ooh, Dallas in week 6.
Week 6 at
Yeah.
home against the
Man.
Dallas Cowboys, and I gotta remind the fans as much as folks talk badly down at Dallas, we haven't beaten them since 2015.
You are correct.
Not to mention we
Oh,
have
man.
we have we have the running back on our team that destroyed us the last time we played Dallas.
Oh, my God.
So
Credit to Dan and Dave for recognizing that this dude was on the free agent list and he destroyed us last year. And he said, you know what? I'd rather have that on the other end of the spectrum the next time
yeah,
we play these guys. You knew that the matchup was coming again with Dallas. So you said, you know what? Why don't we just pull him into Panthers black and blue this time
yeah.
and have him do that against Dallas? That could be the difference maker.
Now the
Smart.
really now the really interesting things. Um, the really interesting thing is that we're gonna be seeing some familiar faces. Um,
Indeed, we are.
and oh, actually, yeah, Super Trebo's right. We actually did beat Dallas 2018. That's right.
That's correct.
That's right.
Mm,
We did beat
yep.
them in 2018. Good call. Good call. Um, Still been a while, but nah, that is true. It was a very low scoring game, but that is true.
That game felt great.
Um,
We needed it.
let's see. Uh, okay. We're gonna see some familiar faces. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, remember they got Miles Sanders,
Mm-hmm.
they got Jonathan Mingo.
Mingo hasn't done anything. They'll figure it out
um,
after a year.
yeah, they'll totally figure it out. Uh, who else do they have? I know they got somebody else on there that's a familiar face. I thought.
Yeah, I thought so
I
too.
th- oh, Troy Pride Jr.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, I knew they had another familiar face on there.
He's a cowboy now?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
he's a cowboy
god.
now. Um, Refresh my memory, Mr. Gemini, because I can't pull yours up. What? Repeat what you said, because I can't pull yours up. Um, can we beat the Cowboys? Something we haven't done since 2018.
Here's my thing. People love to criticize Dak Prescott in the playoffs, but what does he do during the regular season?
Yeah,
Yeah, y'all missed
that
that
is.
part, didn't you? How do you think the Cowboys keep getting to the playoffs? That's why this
Yeah,
man keeps getting extension after extension after extension, Cowboys fans.
yeah. I
Like,
mean,
this is not a fluke anymore. He's trash in the playoffs. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah, and I suggested it to a Cowboys fan too. And I probably should not be saying this on stream because it gives the Cowboys an extra advantage. But why don't you just start your backup during the playoffs? Start your
yeah,
backup quarterback. It's not rocket science. You know what I mean? Like, if Dak Prescott is not doing the job in the playoffs, why not just start the backup? You know, that's what we do with Bryce Young, and it worked.
oh yeah, Mr. Gemini.
Feed
Yeah,
the hot hand.
yeah,
Feed the hot hand. You know.
yeah, Mr. Gemini. I did mention that. Yeah, about the Jaguars. Yes, I did. Hopefully, history repeats itself, but with us winning this time.
And there's no rule against this either. You know, in the NFL,
Right.
even if he's injured, and there's no clear reason, to take the start out. Yes, there is. Dak Prescott's horrible in the playoffs. Just say it. Everybody
Yeah,
knows it. You're not hiding it anymore. Just say it.
yeah. I mean, heck, Tony Romo was the same way.
Yeah, Tony Romo is god awful in the playoffs. Just call it what it
So
is.
yeah,
You got fresh backup. Put him in. There's your problem solved, right there. You're welcome,
right.
Cowboys. I really should not be doing that because I can't stand the Cowboys, and oh my god, somewhere down the road I'm gonna regret saying that.
Uh-oh.
But my whole thing is like during the regular season, yes, Dak Prescott is a problem,
Yeah.
and our secondary is really going to get tested. He's a very accurate quarterback, especially in traffic. So you're going to have to really tight press these guys. Do not let him get these. Get some pass deflections in there, man. Um, Whatever we have to spare in the corner and safety room, that's where we're really going to get pushed. Um, I don't know that our linebacking core is prepared for a test like that with the 3-4.
Damien, what are you talking about? Would y'all trust Trey Lance really? What are you talking about? Trey Lance is with the Chargers.
Yeah, Trey Lance is with the Chargers. He's not with them anymore.
Yeah, dude, he signed with the Chargers.
Are
He's not
we?
he's not with Dallas anymore.
Is that okay? He's talking about the backup quarterback conversation. Who do they have at backup quarterback?
Um, they have Joe Milton III and Will Greer.
Oh man, I know about Will Greer because we've had Will Greer.
Yeah, Joe Milton III, I believe was with the Patriots. Was
I believe
draft
so. Yeah.
draft pick of the Patriots last year.
Mm-hmm. Didn't pan out. Became a practice squad guy basically. Got
Yeah,
tossed. Um, if even that. Uh,
but
I trust Will Greer. Playoff situations, maybe. Nah.
yeah, yeah, Mr. Gemini, Will Greer is still in the league. He is.
Somehow. I would. I'd drop both those quarterbacks if you could and just get some backup quarterbacks off the free agent list that are better. At least one of those guys. Keep Will
Mm.
Greer maybe as a practice squad guy, maybe. But, I mean, you got to improve, Dallas. There's nothing there that says improvement to be in that quarterback room.
Mm.
And that's what makes you keep losing in the playoffs. It is what it is. Let's just call it
But
what it
now,
is.
but now, uh,
But
you
regular
know what?
season, they're going to test our linebackers. They're going to test our corners, um, which I don't know if our linebacking core is properly equipped for this. Being a 3-4, and lacking a coverage depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We have run stopping, but we don't have that much in coverage. Um, did we draft anybody that could handle that?
I mean,
Who was our
I,
linebacker draft pick or undrafted pick that we signed?
um, it was a bruiser. Last I remembered.
Yeah, yeah. We need a coverage guy back there. We got enough run stoppers. We need a coverage, and it's got to be an outside linebacker. It can't be an inside. I need somebody that can move, that can cover side to side.
Let's see. Um,
In case those corners get in trouble, you know what I mean?
I know the linebacker we let go was Kenny Dyson.
Nah, let him go.
Um,
He didn't have enough talent
oh,
to make the
there was
roster.
there was there was Tuasivi Nomura, that Fresno State linebacker that they've been saying.
Nomura. Yes. Yes. Now I remember. Uh, Let me look him up real quick. I like this dude. Nomura, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Did they sign him a number yet?
I don't know.
Uh, I don't see him on the roster yet. Let me check the
Uh, da-
transactions.
Damien says I wouldn't say Dak is the main problem. Yeah, he's overrated, but to be fair,
Yeah,
the
he
Cowboys
isn't.
have far worse problems than the quarterback room. That O line sucks. They have no legit coach, and their front office is horrible. That
Mm-hmm.
might be the case. That
Mm-hmm.
might be the case, Damien. But you got to also keep in mind for Carolina, we lost the last two meetings against Dallas. So yeah, they're a
He's talking
problem.
about Dallas.
Yeah.
He's talking
Like,
about Dallas specifically. Their offense sucks, and they don't know what they're doing coaching wise, which is correct. Even though you have Mike McCarthy is really looking lost out there because he's got all these talent, he's got all this ability to do something, and it's just you know there's just pieces missing in Dallas, and it's not Dak's fault. Although
right.
everybody loves to blame Dak for all the problems of Dallas, just because he's Dallas's quarterback and their leader, doesn't mean he has to take the smoke for everything. He's one man. Last I checked, it was a 53-man roster. You know, why are we not throwing smoke at the other players or the management who drafted or signed these players in Dallas?
Yeah.
There's your
Right.
problem.
Right.
You know, yeah, I love Dak Prescott during the regular season, but if I'm a Dallas fan, but once you hit playoff time, when does that suddenly become Dak's fault? You know, you don't surround him with everything he needs for a playoff push.
Mr. Gemini says that Fresno State linebacker is 220 pounds, though. Yeah, that same linebacker also got 109 tackles last season with 68 of them solo. Just saying. Just
Yeah,
saying.
where is this dude? Send me his info. I want to look at this dude a little further because I like what I'm hearing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, for him to be that size and still racked at least 68 solo tackles, yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
size right now doesn't bother me.
Let's see.
Yeah, I just messaged you.
Thank you. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, 6'1", 221 pounds. He's a little undersized, but I
He
mean,
is,
if
but
you
when
think
you
about it,
can
I love
produce,
that. I love that Troy Polamalu hair, by the way.
yeah,
But
I'm
that's
just saying, I'm just saying, undersized like that and can rack up tackles like that. I
mm-hmm,
mean, something's got to give. I'm just
mm-hmm,
saying.
mm-hmm. And eventually the pass deflections will rise up. Once he gets a little bit more time out there in coverage.
Hmm.
Um, he's not a sack guy. He's a coverage guy. He's a very, very aggressive hitter.
Yep.
And that's what's going to scare some of these people away from throwing the ball near him. And I love this. I want him to start pushing for uh, uh, an active spot on the 53.
Put it this way: small receivers can still make impact, and they're used to getting hit. They're
Mm-hmm.
receivers, so I
Mm-hmm.
mean, just something to think about.
I picture this because he's an outside linebacker, right?
Uh
Picture
huh.
him on the 53, we put him in during a preseason game, just like we did Effie Abada, and we let this dude try to rack up some tackles. We let him have some fun. So he goes up against maybe the Browns, maybe the Steelers, and you get a few of these wide receivers that think it's cute to go across the middle and get a little bit of these short little gains for that move the sticks, right?
Yeah.
Here comes Nomura that says, no, 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 we're not allowing that. I'm gonna knock you off your teeth, so you're not gonna get these. I'm gonna make you earn these. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what we need in this backfield at linebacker. I
Yeah.
want that. And Trevin Wallace is coming back too, which reminds me of AJ Klein, so he can stretch the field. So he'll get you on the corners. Here's Namara up the middle, handle these slot receivers, and then you got and battling against tight ends. Even with his size and frame, he's still battling against tight ends and winning.
Yeah.
With
And
those
and
big
s-
hits.
and the thing is, Mr. Gemini, I mean, when you think about it, you could say the same thing about Bryce Young. After all, so many of the fan base was saying the same thing about Bryce Young with his size, and the dude is our starting quarterback. So,
I don't want to hear about size issues because look at Josh Norman. Look at Bradbury. You know,
and ultimately, my point is, it just goes back to when we were having the discussion about
look at Steve
what college,
Smith.
what yeah, and what college they came from. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, sure, some colleges are a lot more prestigious than others, but if you're coming out of college and you're racking up stats and you're really like playing like a star, you should at least get looked at.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Mr. Mr. Gemini, he's a quarterback. He doesn't have to tackle, but quarterbacks get hit, bro. They
Oh
get
yeah.
hit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, this was the same Bryce that got hit slash sacked over 60 plus times. I mean, yeah, it's two different actions, but like, I mean, you're talking about doesn't have to tackle. Bryce gets hit. He gets hit for his size, bro. Don't
Mm-hmm.
forget that.
Mm-hmm.
And he got hit a bunch
Mm-hmm.
2 seasons ago. Yeah, you can hit hard. You can also get hit hard too. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, yes, it's different positions, but it still doesn't change the fact that they have equal impact. Equal impact.
This is a big dude, man. It's a big dude. It's 221 pounds of pure muscle. You're not talking
I'm
about
just
just a 221-pound guy. You're talking about 221 pounds of, I'm going to hit you in your jock. I'm going to make your teeth rattle. That's the type of
yeah,
linebacker we're talking about. And it's going to make these quarterbacks think twice about throwing to these wide receivers over the middle, on these short
right,
routes. You
right.
put them out there for long enough, they're going to be like, okay, can we get some deep routes? They're going to try to test the corners at that point. Which, if our corners are healthy, they're going to win. Straight up.
Yeah,
That's why this third string corner move is so important. Locking that down.
right.
Um, because when we get into a preseason game like the Steelers game, we need to make sure that when we put Namara out there, he's got that help at corner. To where either way you're cooked if you're a quarterback. So now you're having to test it deep ball, and that's where Lathan is going to have the advantage because he's going to cook you on interceptions.
Yeah,
So you're in deep trouble. Where are you going to go with the ball? You can't run the ball because here comes
here,
Trevin Wallace around the sides.
here, here's the thing, Mr. Gemini. Yes, I'm not disputing the fact that the dude is undersized, but why do you think he's getting a look? Why do you think he's getting an opportunity in the NFL, bro? Don't you got to
Mm-hmm.
look at his
Mm-hmm.
production? Like
Size is
so
not
many
the
people,
end all be all, man.
like Mr. Gemini, my point is so many people want to look at size and just end the discussion there. What about his production, bro? His
Exactly.
production. Like,
Mm-hmm.
does his product is his production not worthy of at least a look, of at least an opportunity? Same thing with Bryce. What did so many people say? Too small, too
You know
small.
what? I'm gonna
But
pull up
but
that video of
but
him.
but the dude has gotten out there, has proven that he can throw, has proven that he can run. I mean, the dude has won a Heisman Trophy. I mean, Steve Smith, one of the players that we praise about for the longest time, the dude was a wide receiver at 5'9", 5'9", taking hits nonstop. But what happened? He ended up being the best wide receiver in the franchise. 5'9", 5'9". Like, I get it, but size is one factor. And there are
You
other
should be a
factors that
monster.
can overlap that or that can compete with that. And the fact that this dude, despite being 220 pounds, racked up over 100 tackles in a season, that's got my attention. That's production. 68 of them solo. Like,
Oof.
how does that not stand out? It doesn't matter. You're saying anomalies, but dude, you're looking at one thing that's not even close to being the end all be all. Like, you're saying that about this guy. Why are you not saying the same thing about Steve Smith? Why are you not saying the same thing about Bryce Young, Russell Wilson? Like, dude, like you can't sit there and say that, but yet when it comes to Bryce, who's our starting quarterback, like, apparently it hasn't been an issue to the point where the dude's off the team or cut or whatnot. I'm not saying that can't happen, but it's like, I look at these things and yeah, on paper it's like, yeah, dude is small. But then you look at other factors and it's like one after the other, it's like, huh, wait a minute. This dude is not letting his size determine anything, especially I mean, he's a linebacker though. What about the quarterback position? Which is one of which if is not like the most important position in the whole team. Like, come on now. Like,
Mm.
you say
Mm.
you say he's a linebacker. What about Bryce at quarterback? The most important position. Like, no, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Because that's not reasonable. It's not reasonable to, to feel that way about one position but not the other. Like, I don't think that's fair, Mr. Gemini. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. Especially this dude has a hit stick. This dude hits hard for his size. That's what the word has been. This dude hits hard for being 220. That's got to say something. Not to mention plus 68 solo tackles out of 109. Like, come on. Like, that's got me interested. I want to see what else this dude can do. Whether he makes the team or not, I want to see what else this dude could do. Because these are eye openers. They're
Mm-hmm.
eye openers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, size is one thing. Is he undersized? Yeah, there's no doubt. But you look at production.
Yep. Come on with it. Come
I
on with it.
mean, production, that matters most to me. Production.
Facts.
Because I'm telling you, Mr. Gemini, you got too many situations out there where somebody will look at one thing like size and disqualify somebody and they go elsewhere and they ball out. It's happened so many times.
So many. Let this
I'm,
man
I'm,
cook. Come on,
I'm
boys.
just saying, it's
Yes, sir.
happened so many times
Tell him.
when production ultimately is
Oof.
what should stand at the top. Because production leads to stats, which leads to, you know, contributing to the team, which leads to
Mm-hmm.
playoffs, and it just
Mm-hmm.
keeps going up.
Yep.
It keeps going up.
Yep. So I linked a video in chat about this dude, and I want you to watch this first highlight clip of him. I put it on my stream too. This is case in point what I'm talking about, where he's gonna make people question whether you should be throwing these like underneath routes to a wide receiver.
Hmm.
Look how hard this dude hits this man. It's in Discord
Yeah,
for you boys.
yeah. Mr. Gemini says, I'm saying a linebacker in the college is fine, but not in the NFL. If in the NFL he transitioned to safe, we don't know that yet, though. We don't
We
know
don't know
that yet.
that. We don't know that.
We don't know that yet.
No.
I'm not gonna jump to that conclusion until
Right.
that's been said. I'm not jumping to that conclusion because we don't know yet. We don't
Exactly.
know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that yet.
There's a lot of things we don't know about these rookies yet. We're still learning. We won't as fans have access to that until training camp. All we can do is trust in what these articles say about them, because that's the media access that's allowed. All right, so sync it up to about 16 seconds, and you know, play it at normal speed, muted. I want y'all to see this hit. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm playing.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Now watch this hit, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand. This is what I'm talking about. Do not throw an underneath route against this man because he will kill you just like Troy Polamalu used to do.
Not to mention, look at the dude's hitting technique. Drive
Boom!
low, wrap.
God dang! I'm trying to tell you. Look at how aggressive that hit is.
And this
That's
guy is
disgusting.
he's hitting and wrapping.
I'm gonna run it back in slow motion for y'all, so y'all can see this. Because
Look at how this dude is hitting. You think he cares about his size? You think he cares about what people think of his size? This dude is out here hitting.
I'm running it back in slow motion for you. Watch this technique. Watch the eyes. This dude knows exactly where this wide receiver is catching this ball. This is 5 or 6 yards out. Soon as he knows that ball is going to him, here he comes. Boom! Shoulder right to the gut.
Because I'll give you that, Mr. Gemini. I
I was
thought
like,
the same. I thought the same thing when I saw his name and I heard a lot of talks about him and I saw his size. I was just like, ugh. But then when I saw the stats, I'm like, wait a minute. Look at that production. I'm just saying.
and this is player awareness too. Watch this at 22 seconds starting out. You know, you're looking from the quarterback's eyes, seeing that him just sneaking back there in the backfield. Soon as that ball is snapped, he knows instinctively where this ball is going. And he knows exactly when to move there.
And
Boom!
not to mention, this is somebody that was productive with those stats and somebody that we got undrafted. Undrafted.
Watch him stare down those quarterbacks' eyes, man. He knows. And he knocked the ball loose, too, while he's doing
Like
it.
like like put it this way.
That's crazy,
Uh
man.
like put it this way. Size stands out, sure. But so far
Oh
he
my
hasn't given
god.
me a reason. He hasn't given me a reason to, you know, to cut him out, you know?
Yep. There's
Mr.
another
Gemini,
big one right there in the goal line.
Mr. Gemini, I highly recommend if you haven't yet, Mr. Gemini, look up his highlights on YouTube. Look up his highlights on YouTube.
I put it in chat. I put it in my chat. Links in my chat. I want y'all to check out this goal line hit right here at 36 seconds. Watch this in normal speed, and then we're gonna slow up down. Watch this.
Hmm.
Boom! Dead stop right at the 1. Dead stop. Brick wall.
Yeah.
That
Oh
is
yeah.
insane, dude. And Utah's got some really strong players too. This is a big running back. I need y'all to
Oh,
understand that. Now we're gonna run this back in slow motion, and I want y'all to take a good look at this. Look at this technique. Look at this. Before that ball even comes near the 1 yard line, look at his feet. Look at his lineup. Look at this
Yeah.
footwork. He's already. It's like a 40-yard dash for this man. Boom! The last time I saw a tackle like that was Troy Polamalu, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. And we got this at linebacker.
I'm hoping to see him get plenty of reps during the preseason. That's for sure.
My lord.
Yeah.
That's. Ooh, that's filthy. These are all legal hits, by the way.
Yep. Dropping the shoulder. Hit, wrap. Hit, wrap.
Every single play consistently hit wrap. Hit wrap.
Hit, wrap. Hit, wrap the present.
And did you notice, like, right here against UCLA, this is a 5-yard pass. He's making them think about these passes. You know.
Yeah, Mr. Gemini. I hope he makes the team too. It would be awesome.
He's making them reconsider making even just a 5-yard curl route. That's what I want in this backfield, man. When you got somebody like that coverage-wise in our backfield, oof.
It's like, hold up.
Add that in with our run-stopping ability, with all our run stoppers, and we got that type of coverage.
Yeah.
That's going to make some quarterbacks rethink their strategies right there. That's really going to stretch some of these quarterbacks and turn them into AR and try to throw it deep.
Yeah.
And when you got a guy like Lathan back there, and that's why that safety pick was so important, is because you got to make sure that you got that safety help back there, and not somebody like Xavier Woods that's going to take plays off, and get cooked back there. Now we got somebody that's not going to take plays off, that's going to come at you and is going to make tackles and wrap you up.
Right.
So the question is, can Lathan cover well enough at safety? Is he quick enough to move around? That's what I'm going to be looking at when we start looking at preseason games.
Right.
Because if he isn't, then we need to go hunting again. But if he is,
right,
and you add a guy like this, like Nomura here, in there, we got coverage, we got run stopping, and we got safety help. Now all we got to do is worry about those corners. That's press coverage. Press coverage and nickel. And I'm telling you, the strategies will change very quickly. This is Dan Morgan playing chess right now with this defensive coverage with this guy. If he makes the team and he does what he's supposed to do.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Gemini. So far, and just, being honest, so far, have you seen anything out of this dude that shows him being 220 pounds as a negative?
I still have yet to see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
No.
I haven't seen it yet. Maybe you have, Mr. Gemini. That's why I'm asking. Have you? Because I haven't.
Man, it's players like this that make me excited to go to training camps and watch them, man. Because I want to see this in person. When we're battling against each other, with basic drills, 11 on 11s. I want to see this type of aggressiveness.
Yeah, right.
I want to see the footwork. I want to see the technique. I want to see the nastiness come out. Once they're settled in after a week or two. Because this is the type of stuff that I want to sink my teeth into and evaluate. It makes it fun for me. Wow, man. I love what I see in that trailer right there. And if we're gonna get that, yeah, I'm excited. That's the answer I've been looking for right there. We got Trevor Wallace who can go side to side, run stopping, AJ Klein version. Now we got this dude that can cover. That's basically your TD, you know, equivalent. Can cover and can run stop and can tackle. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking on defense now. You know what I'm saying? If this dude is what we think he is, and we got him for cheap,
Yeah. Yeah.
ooh,
Cheap, undrafted. Shoot.
ooh, this dude's got the nastiness of Troy Polamalu at linebacker. I like it. And for those of you that aren't as familiar with Troy Polamalu that are kind of new to that name, go look up some highlights, man. Because he was responsible for at least 3 or 4 rules in the NFL rulebook because of how
Mr.
nasty he hit.
Mr. Gemini, you still haven't answered my question. See, you talk about Troy Polamalu. I mean, yeah, I know he wasn't a linebacker. I asked specifically, have you seen anything like, that's why I was saying, check out this dude's highlights. Have you seen anything from this guy being 220 pounds as a linebacker that is showing that as a negative? That's my question. And the reason why I say that is because right now, which I get it, right now I feel like this whole 220 pounds thing is on paper and not because we've seen something. That's all I'm saying. Like, have you seen anything that brings that out as a negative?
And the thing is, like, Troy Polamalu is a small guy too, if you think about it.
Hmm.
Um, but he brought a lot of attitude. 4.33 40-yard dash time. And
Yeah,
this dude was
Polamalu,
within five
he's
five
5'10",
feet of
five,
every single play.
let's see, he was 5'10", 207 pounds.
Yeah, 207 pounds. There you go, right there. And for a safety, it's expected. What's the expected rate range?
For safety.
Yeah, nowadays, what would you say is a average safety weight range? Just a guess. You know,
I mean, I would say give or take between 190 and maybe 220.
okay. So we got a slightly undersized linebacker, and Troy Polamalu fit in that lower category of the average size of a safety. Yet look at the damage this dude did in 12 years.
But Mr. Gemini, you still haven't answered my question though. You're saying 220 pounds is a negative for a linebacker in the NFL. What have you seen to show that? Give me an example.
Right.
Cause
What
right,
type of
cause
players? Name a player or two that have been uh, hurt by their size at
because
linebacker.
and the reason why I say that, Mr. Gemini, you can't say that as a negative if it's never even been heard of in the NFL. You can't say that's a negative if it's never even been present in the NFL, bro.
Exactly. Because I have yet to find a linebacker that's been hurt by his size in the NFL, you know, that has the talent and has gotten stuff done. This has been repeated years, we've got several of those things going on. And by the way, shout out to Troy for being Samoan descent and representing the Samoans. That's amazing. Um, What's he doing right now? He's doing charity outreach work for anyone interested in that information right there. But yeah, he was within 5 feet of every single play. And I've never seen anybody do that at any position on defense.
So interestingly enough, I just did a search, like just random search,
Yeah.
smallest linebacker in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was, not the smallest, but undersized for his position was actually Teddy Bruschi, who was 6'1", 247 pounds, known for a hard-hitting style, and was notably undersized. Other examples, Sam Mills and London Fletcher.
Sam Mills, who is also in the Hall of Fame. Teddy Bruschi has a ring.
Okay, Mr. Gemini, you say, when have you seen a 220-pound linebacker in the NFL that was that good? Because there hasn't been a 220-pound linebacker in the NFL. That's what I'm saying. How can you say it's a negative when there hasn't even been a player of that size in the NFL? You can't say that's a negative when it's never happened before. That's my point. How
Exactly.
can you how can you say that's a negative if it's never happened? How? What proof
Exactly.
of that? What proof of that is a negative if it's never happened? What proof of a negative is that if it's never happened? How is it a negative if it's never happened? That's my point. See,
He doesn't have one.
you're looking at it on paper, bro. But if it's never happened, like
He doesn't have it.
it's never happened, Mr. Gemini. You can only say that on paper, sure. On paper, it looks undersized, but you have not seen that in action in the NFL. It hasn't happened before. So, how can you say that ultimately it's going to be a negative? You don't know that yet. I don't know that yet. None of us know that yet.
Mm,
We
mm,
don't know
mm.
that yet.
That's true.
There's no proof of that in the NFL. There is no proof of that. That could change this season.
Eh,
I just looked it up. There's no proof of that.
mm-hmm. And I want you to just for point of reference, this is Troy Polamalu's stats. This is without even taking into account his massive hitting ability and what he did. You know, you got 771 tackles, 577 solo, 12 sacks, 14 forced fumbles, and a lot of those were because of big hits.
Oh, check this out, Mr. Gemini. I got you. I got you.
32 picks.
Hold on, Corey. I got him on this.
All right, all right, all right.
Two that were close to that. Sam Mills. Guess what Sam Mills' size were?
Uh oh.
5'9", 228 pounds.
Uh oh.
Mike Singletary, 6 feet, 228 pounds. That's close. That's even closer. Sam Mills and Mike Singletary. That's even closer. The
Butch is cooking right
legendary,
now, man.
the legendary Mike Singletary.
Butch is cooking. He's
The
got you, bro.
legendary, the legendary Mike Singletary was 6 feet,
Oof.
228 pounds.
He just got you with the haymaker, man. He just got you with a haymaker in his debate, bro. What you gonna respond with? Dang, bro.
That's even closer than Teddy Bruschi.
Dang.
I'm just saying, come on now. Come on
Ouch.
now. I just looked up smallest linebackers. and Sam Mills and Mike Singletary, both 228 pounds. I just Googled it.
Ouch. He got you on that one. All right, so you're looking at 110 career pass deflections for Troy, and I mean the number I want y'all to focus on with Troy's career is these 110 pass deflections because he had multiple years where he had double digits,
Yeah.
and that's what I want Nomura to focus on. If he's going to
And see,
channel his inner Troy Polamalu, that's what I want him to do. And
well,
focus on those forced fumbles too.
according to Google, it says that they came in at that size, and even I'll give you 230, Mr. Gemini. That's just a 10-pound difference.
10-pound difference.
And not to mention both are smaller in height
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
than Tuasavi.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mr. Gemini, you're still not proving the point here. The thing
No.
is, even you take 230, if that's the cutoff point, is 230, you still can't say that you've seen anybody under that size as a negative, especially when you have two right there that's at least 10 pounds or less more that have been dominant. Dominant. Dominant.
Oof. He's got you there, Mr. Gemini. He's
What
got you there, man.
proof? What proof? Mr. Gemini says, never heard of Mike Singletary until he became. Dude, look up Mike Singletary. Look up
Please
Mike
do.
Singletary.
Do yourself a favor and look up his numbers, please.
Huh. Oh,
How do you
Mr.
not know
Gemini.
about him?
Mr. Gemini, Super Bowl champion, two-time Defensive Player of the Year, NFL Man of the Year, 10-time Pro Bowler,
Come on, man.
10-time Pro Bowler. Was a nightmare from Chicago Bears at the time where they had one of the greatest defenses. Singletary, Steve Mongo McMichael, William Perry, Richard Dent.
Mm.
They were bruisers.
Mm.
Bruisers. And Mike Singletary, just a 10-pound difference. Just a 10-pound difference. Don't count them out yet, Mr. Gemini. Please, I beg you, brother. From one fan to another, don't count them out yet. Please, don't count them out yet. Don't count them out yet.
Dang, man.
I'll make a deal with you, Mr. Gemini. If
Uh-oh.
I'll make a deal with you. If he doesn't pan out, you know what? Fair game. Let me have it. Let me have it all you want. If he doesn't pan out, let me have it. But right now, don't count him out. Please, don't count him out. That's my only request. That's my only request. Fair? Fair? You don't lose anything, I don't lose anything. Don't count him out. Don't count him out. Don't let a 10-pound difference count him out, bro. Don't don't count him out yet. Not from a 10-pound difference. Don't count him out yet.
What was this dude's 40 time? Nomoa's 40 time.
I'm not too sure.
I'm interested in that because if it's anything like Troy Polamalu's 4.33, we could have something special here.
Huh.
And just not even know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's going to be the next Troy Polamalu at linebacker, but what I'm saying is, if he's going to channel his inner Troy Polamalu, like I said, focus on the pass deflections because you're a linebacker. Focus on forcing those fumbles because that's a difference maker in the game, and focus on your tackling. Make sure to limit those assists. That's what I want you to look at. Don't worry about the run stuffs. Don't worry about all that. That's extra. You know, don't worry about sacks. That's an extra.
Mr. Gemini
Just focus on
says
those.
he says I'm not counting him out. Like I said, I want him to be better than Thomas Davis. Like I'm not even setting that expectation.
No,
I'm
nobody's
just
setting
saying
that expectation. What we're saying
I'm
is
just
like
go out there and produce. That's
exactly.
what that's all I want to see right now. And this dude has done that in his last year in college. My thing is go out and do it on the NFL field. And I'm glad he has this opportunity. My thing, and like I said, on paper, 220 is low. My only request, if you can, Mr. Gemini, if you don't, I still respect whatever your decision is. If you can, just try to lower that concern for now. If you can, for me. Like I said, if I'm wrong, you can rip into me. I give you 1,000,000% permission to rip into me, and you will not get penalized for it. Deal? Deal? If I'm wrong, you can rip into me, and I won't be phased.
Mm.
Just lower your concern on that one thing. That one thing. If I'm wrong, you can rip into me. I give you, Corey, you're a witness. You can rip into me if I'm wrong.
Mm.
You have full 1,000,000% permission.
And you have permission to rip into me about the Troy Polamalu comparison too, which I
There we
I
go.
feel like which I wouldn't recommend it because I'm gonna come back at you with some debate smoke too. So I wouldn't recommend it on my end.
Yeah,
But
Mr. Gemini says deal. Yeah, fair deal.
yeah,
Fair deal. You
yeah.
got a deal.
But
You got a
I
deal.
see something here, man. I see a little bit of Troy in this dude, man. I do, and I like it, man.
Yeah, Damien, you're a witness too. Yeah, anybody that's watching, you're a witness.
I like this
Absolutely.
dude, man.
Absolutely.
I want a good look at this dude, man. I want him to get his fair share of reps. Give him the treatment you gave to Effie Abada. I want to take a good
Yeah.
look at this dude. Give him a fair
I,
amount of reps. Let's see what he got.
I'm just saying, for a dude his size and racked up 109 tackles in a season, that's an eye opener.
That caught my attention immediately.
Shoot.
And let's see. Stats. Do we have? I want his rookie numbers. I want his college numbers. Hold up. Let me see. Okay, where I wasn't even looking up him. Okay. Um,
Um,
40
I got
time.
you.
40 time.
I
Here we
got you.
go. 4.62. All right, so you know that's pretty good for a linebacker.
4.62.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like I said, Troy Polamalu is a 4.3. Keep that in mind, y'all. He had a
Da-
4.26 shuttle time. 4.61
Dame
in the 40-yard dash.
Damien, we're talking about Carolina's signed undrafted linebacker of Tuasavi Nomura, who came out of Fresno State.
Yeah, yeah. Now I apologize for those last couple of stats. Those were the safety at Gina. But you're looking at a 4.62 40 time for Namora.
Mm-hmm.
And Troy Polamalu is a 4.3. Keep that in mind. Two different positions, but the aggressiveness is the same.
Oof.
And
Oof.
21 bench press reps. 4.38 in the time in the shuttle. 7.25 in the three cone drill. So this dude's fast for a linebacker, and he's an outside linebacker. This is the answer to our coverage problem. So now, when you go into, let's channel it back to the Dallas game here. When you're facing guys that are quick, decisive route runners in the short game,
Mm-hmm.
and this dude develops properly over 2 years and becomes that coverage linebacker with the Troy Polamalu aggressiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks like Dak are going to readjust their strategy very quickly because they're going to see, okay, Trevor Wallace is on the outside corners. We can't run the ball on the outside. Okay, now what? We don't have Rico anymore. We can't run up the middle. So let's do like maybe an ISO or a draw play. Here comes Trevor Wallace up the middle. Okay, let's maybe try to do a check down pass if we can't go long. Here comes Navoa to shut those down, those hook routes. Okay, so how about the medium and the deep ball? How good are the
Mm.
corners? That's when you start seeing them test J.C. Horn or his counterpart on the other side. And that's where we've got to have really tight coverage. We've got to be able to shut those down and get some pass deflections. So that's what I want them to work on as their next level. As we go into week 6. If they're healthy, they're going to make noise. And we've got to have a solid number 3 corner that can come in and do exactly what these guys are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's going to be a wasted effort. If we don't have Namoa out there, as a coverage linebacker, doing what he does, if he doesn't pan out, then we're going to have to go searching again. That means we're going to look weak over the middle, in short, buttery passes,
Mm.
that move the chains. It's going to take longer for them to move down the field because we've got Ransom back there at safety. So they'll be forced to take those 5 to 7 yard gains and move down the field and test our number 2 corner because they're not going to test out JC. We already know this. JC's going to shut him down 8 out of 10 times.
Mr. Gemini says, I'm not saying he's not going to be good. I'm just saying he might need to transition to safety, but I don't know yet. That's not impossible. I mean, shoot.
Yeah,
Thomas
we
Davis
we
went from
have enough
from
safeties
safe.
though.
Thomas Davis went from safety to linebacker. So I mean, a position switch isn't impossible. That wouldn't bother me if it came to that. I mean,
Um,
if that.
I don't like that for him because we need linebackers. We need a linebacker coverage man. So I'd rather him
Yeah.
stay where he's at. So if ever
Yeah.
tries to switch him around, I'm not going to be pleased with it. If he makes the 53. And we start
Mm-hmm.
playing musical chairs with his positionally and trying to figure out where he's supposed to be at, and you see him 50 times out of 100 at safety position, and you see him 50 times out of 100 at linebacker position, I'm going to go, Evero, what the heck are you doing? Because that's 100% on Evero. That's case in point proof of why Evero needs to get his crap together if he wants to
Yeah.
keep this DC job. Because I want him exclusively at corner, coverage position, linebacker coverage, if he makes the 53.
Gotcha.
That's what we have to have in a 3-4 defense, to keep this running. We've got way too many
Yeah.
run stoppers. We don't have any coverage guys at linebacker. Name one coverage linebacker that we had last year. Name one. And don't say Shaq because Shaq was struggling with that.
Yeah.
I know somebody's going to say Shaq. That's the reason he got cut, bro. Because everybody recognized he was a run stopper. He was nothing more than that. He's had how many years to become more than that, and he hasn't done it.
I think probably the closest was maybe Josie Jewell, but that's not saying a lot.
Right. That's my point, man. We need a coverage
Yeah.
linebacker. This dude
But
could be the Cowboys week 6. Either we have Namoa out there or we don't. As a solid coverage linebacker. If we don't, we're going to look buttery soft over the middle. They're going to get 5 to 7 yards a rack, on us. They're going to move down the field. They're going to get either a field goal or they're going to try to get into the red zone and burn us that way.
I'm going to say, I know this is going to suck. We lose by a field goal.
I'm going to agree with that. Because I don't know. That's really the major question.
Yeah.
If we do have him out there as a coverage linebacker and he does pan out, then okay, yeah, pressure's on the corners. They're going to test the second and third corner and Chow Smith Wade. They're not going to test safety. They're not going to test like a linebacker position because we know this dude is covering like a hawk.
Right.
So that's where they're going to go. But if he is not out there, the corner job becomes a whole lot harder. And that's why this third corner spot is essential right now.
Oh, shoot.
We have to make the right call.
Mr. Gemini's calling our record to be 11-6. Oh, shoot.
I love the optimism. I haven't seen the full schedule here yet, but I love the optimism so far.
So, week 7,
yeah, we got to keep it moving.
Week 7 on the road against a team we haven't played since Sam Darnold. New York Jets.
Jets are garbage. That's a win.
I'll say this. If they got Justin Fields, I say bring it. Because we've been hearing...
I'm not afraid of Justin Fields.
A lot of stuff about Justin Fields. We gonna see if it's gonna add up, but I say bring it.
Justin Fields has been Chad's biggest guy, isn't it?
Yeah. So
yeah, bring it.
I mean, let's see.
Let's find
out. Definitely. Garrett Wilson, definitely somebody to look out for. Alan Lazard.
Yeah.
They got Sauce Gardner, of course. Don't sleep on Sauce Gardner. They got a few. They got a couple of names. I'm not gonna say they don't have any eye openers on their team. I mean, they tend to draft pretty dang on decent. It's just it hasn't ultimately been able to translate like they want. But I will say they have drafted decently over the years. It's just
that's a trademark of the Jets. You'll see really good corners. You'll see really good speedy guys at linebacker. That can run stop because of the 3-4 defense before they switched it. That's a trademark of what they do, but it's not even close to enough good players, to make any type of a run, because the GMs don't know what they're doing on those other positions. So either the scouts are feeding them the wrong info, or they just need to to figure out some other type of plan there because it ain't working. This has been 20 plus years. You guys have had plenty of time to fix this, and you haven't done it yet. This
Yeah.
is why you keep getting cooked. I mean,
Yeah.
let's be fair. This is why it keeps happening year
Quick,
after year.
quick question from Mr. Gemini. What do y'all think about T Mac and Hunter matchup week one if he even plays corner? I think it'll be a good test. I
It
think it'll
will.
be a good test,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but it
I
just
want to
really,
see how good Hunter really is at corner.
yeah,
The
because
NFL is a different level. It's
yeah,
faster. It's much more aggressive, and you know you have to adapt to that or you get run over. It's that simple.
yeah,
And
but
as far as that goes, Ted has the advantage because wide receivers adapt to that a lot faster than corners, rookie
not to mention
corners.
it's a big target for Bryce.
I've seen rookie corners that take about 3 to 4 weeks to develop that. Once into the regular season, whereas the wide receiver that takes 1 to 2. So you've
Not to
already
mention,
got if you're Hunter, Travis Hunter, you're already at a disadvantage. You've got
yeah,
to match that.
not to mention T Mac is 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
And then again, Xavier Leggett is 6'3". So I mean, shoot.
And T Mac has an excellent catch radius, which is what
Yep.
everybody was hyping on. So
So,
I'm gonna
yeah.
say T Mac wins that matchup 7 out of 10 times.
But
Um,
it should be a good test though. Should be a really good test. But honestly, the only oh, and Mr. Gemini says Travis said that T Mac was the toughest wide receiver he played against, and sure enough,
week one, here we go.
week one,
Oh, that's
week
gonna
one,
get a lot of publicity right there.
yeah. Um, Back to the Jets. I mean, really, the only person on their defense that really just well, there's two. Quentin Williams at the D line, and of course Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner is a problem. I'll say that. Sauce Gardner is a problem. Garrett
Uh,
Wilson could become a problem, but they haven't developed him yet.
Mr. Gemini says can't call him T Mac. There's only one T Mac. Which one? Tracy McGrady? That's a different. It's a different sport.
It's a different sport, bro.
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah,
Um. So honestly, I agree. I think this should be a win.
yeah,
I don't think they're really that big of a threat to really just.
yeah,
I just don't see it. That should be
yeah.
a win.
That's not even a trap game at all. Not even close.
Now this next one, okay, we got some problems here.
The Bills are
Although
still fully loaded.
although it is at home, it's still the Buffalo Bills who are coming off of a MVP season
Kyler Murray's a
uh,
beast,
behind Josh Allen.
but he has
Ooh.
nothing on Josh Allen on any given day. Josh Allen just comes out and he just slings it.
Yeah.
He's even made the
Yeah.
Chiefs defense look like uh, rotisserie chickens at times, and I'm like,
Oh,
bruh,
and just look at the familiar names.
oh my god,
Curtis Samuel, Laviska Chenault.
no, don't
Oh,
do this, don't do
jeez.
this, don't do this. All right, now you made me look at the names. Dadgummit, man. Now I gotta see him. Now I gotta him.
Oh, that's right. They did get Joey Bosa. Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Dane
Oh,
Jackson.
what?
Yeah, he went
Oh my
back apparently.
god.
Tre'Davious White.
What?
A healthy Damar Hamlin.
Oh my god.
Honestly,
This is. Let me see.
I don't see us winning this game, to be honest with you.
I don't either. Let me see this roster. I'm not gonna like this, am I? Is this gonna be another one of
No.
those GMC truck situations where I found out we
It,
had like 8 players that, or half a dozen players that were former Panthers?
yeah.
Oh my god.
You know
No,
what's
they
even
have Spencer Brown too.
and
Oh
you know
my
what's sad?
god, what?
They they have Mitchell Trubisky as a backup who is undefeated against Carolina.
Oh no. Look at this roster. Oh god. It's disgusting. Mike Edwards. And not to mention they had AJ Klein at one point too. Frank Gore
Yeah.
Jr. Oh my. Are you serious?
Yeah. Backup running back. Yeah, behind James Cook, who went over 1,000 last season.
Yo. Dane Jackson. Ugh.
Mr. Gemini, we got really lucky, but I'll take that number one pick for the Mavs. I'll take it. I'll take it. um,
Mm.
but and then Josh Allen coming off an
They
MVP
still
season.
have Matt Milano.
Yep, yes they do.
Oh my god. How old is this dude now? 30? Yeah, he's 30.
Oh, yeah.
God, that's a name I recognize even. Joshua Palmer? No,
Uh,
you did not just get Joshua Palmer too. Oh my god. Greg Rizal. That's another one I recognize. Oh boy.
oh yeah, that's right. They do have Daquan Jones, another former Panther.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Dang.
Cedric Van Pran. I remember that name.
Yeah.
Tre'Davious White. I don't think Tre'Davious White was over ours. No, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't.
Van Pran was
Yeah.
for a minute. He was. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. I mean,
This is that's
it's at home.
disgusting.
It's a home game. That's really all I can say.
What is it about the Bills that they just love our former players like that? I, this is where all of those former moves that we made are about to come back and bite us hard.
Yeah. Chomp chomp.
This is what I've been warning y'all about. Oh, this ain't about to be just chomp chomp. This is about to be Godzilla
Dang.
taking over New York. That's what it's about to be. Y'all let Godzilla loose on New York.
Yeah.
Y'all let the Jurassic Park dinosaurs loose in New York. It's about to be your butt. You should have just kept them on the island. That was your fault. And now we're gonna play cleanup because
Yeah.
it's about to cost us a win. I
Hate to
warned
say it,
y'all.
but yeah, Bills are winning.
How many times I gotta say it on stream before this management gets a clue, man? I told you so. I warned y'all. I warned y'all
Oof.
about that. Did I not? It's in multiple VODs. Be careful who you cut.
Yeah.
I said it multiple times. And I'm going to say it
You
again
did.
as we go into preseason. Be careful who you cut. I ain't worried about Shaq. I ain't worried about Mingo. Those are the people I ain't worried about. We're making the right cuts right now.
Right.
But our former management, Frank, the juggler, and doggone Matt, the joke rule, Yeah,
Right. Right.
that came out of a clown car. Yeah, honk honk. Give him a red clown nose and
Dang.
some rainbow hair. Yeah,
Oh, that's funny.
can't even make anything work in Oklahoma. I told y'all, man. Dude don't belong in a
Yeah.
head coaching role. He doesn't. I don't care where you put him. Does not belong there. If you can only get 5 wins with Oklahoma during a regular season, you don't belong in a
Right.
head coaching role. Period. Go back to a coordinator role where you rightfully belong. Stay in your lane. And
Right. Right.
you know, we chose that over a proven coach. That's what irritates
Yep.
me.
That we did. That we did.
And y'all we reap the results of it. We're
Yep.
about to reap it again in week 8. Mm.
So we're in agreement. Loss.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely a loss. If we don't get slaughtered in that game, I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
Green Bay following that up in Lambeau. Oh my God.
Oh, Green
Ouch.
Bay. Now, while we have gotten close once before
Mm.
with Bryce, uh, okay, let me see who Green Bay has now. Because Green Bay, I mean, Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, Romeo Dobbs. Oh, they got Mecole Hardman. Oh, geez.
We let McCall Hardman go to the Packers, man. What? Seriously? For a penny on the
Yeah,
dime?
yeah.
Are y'all nuts?
Jade, Jaden Reed, Luke Musgrave.
You wanted a number 1 wide receiver. There you go. We got the hook up with KC and we can't land Hardman, man. That pisses me off. I don't understand it.
Ugh.
I don't get it. He's better than Agnew. He's better than Hunter Renfro.
Oh yeah, I forgot they got
And for
Isaiah
sandwich
Simmons.
money, man. Subway sandwich money. And you let that get to Green Bay.
Xavier McKinney.
Now we got to see that dude play against our corners.
Yeah. Oh man.
To a management that will not treat him right, too. Like, are you serious? See, this is the stuff, man. This is us Carolina Panthering right here.
I mean,
We can
we've
afford that
gone up.
contract.
Honestly, if this was at home, I would have been more for it. But honestly,
That's an L.
I gotta say this is an L. And Lambo, I gotta say this is an L.
I agree.
I hate to say it, but yeah, this an L. Oof, oof.
And then the Saints in week 10.
Week 10, first meeting against the Saints.
Uh, Here comes the juicy news that some of y'all don't know about. Derek Carr has retired.
Yep, has announced his retirement. And now they may be in quarterback purgatory.
Who are they going with? Who do they have
Well,
right
they
now?
got well, they got Spencer Radler, Tyler Shug, Jake Hayner, Hunter Deckers.
Wait, what? Hold up. Stop the presses. James Bradbury is still a free agent right now.
Oh, really?
Whoa. Okay. Let me see that
Interesting.
contract of his, man. Let me see this. Yo, good shot, David Screws. Thank you so much. His last contract was with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right. Right.
3 years, $38 million. Now, if we're talking year by year, this dude was making 2.8 first year, 2023, 4.3 last year, 4.8 he was scheduled to make this year, coming season for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
And then it was going to be $7 million after that in 2026. All right, so my whole thing is the Eagles still owe him 4.8 for this year, $7 million for next year. But we could get this dude for about $7 million, which
So
which
here's the thing.
is ironically enough the same amount we just freed up with Clowney's contract.
Here's the thing. Is he good to go? Because remember, he had the season-ending torn Achilles and soleus muscle.
Mm, good
So
question.
that's the only thing.
That name got
Now
my
that
full attention though.
now the injury and all that happened in August of last year. So it's possible that I mean I don't know what his status is, but yeah, that's the only thing that sticks out.
All right, Panthers management, I need y'all to keep that 7 million freed up. Don't make a move on Asante Samuel or Gilmore just yet. I
I would at I would at
let's
least
keep an
see
eye
what
on his progress.
yeah, I would at least see where he's
Eagle eye.
at as far as health wise.
Yeah, I want an eagle eye paying attention to his health right now.
Because we got to remember, this is somebody that has 19 interceptions. That's a big deal. That stands
Yep,
out.
yep.
So,
I want somebody in Philadelphia watching him like a hawk, health wise. That's what I want right
so
now. Whatever you can legally do, keep a eagle close eye on him. The second this man becomes available, sign him immediately. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. $7 million. Sign him immediately for 1 year. We'll deal with the extensions after that. I want him.
but I will say that probably between now and when we play the Saints, they're they've got to have some sort of like legit starting quarterback by that time. Because
That's what I'm thinking too.
I mean, I
By
just
that
can't
point, they've
really.
they've got to have started hunting for one. There's too
Yeah.
many what? There's too many options out there. Are they gonna
I
go
mean,
Teddy Bridgewater again?
or do you think they might even make a bid for Aaron Rodgers?
Nah, they don't. They don't want to deal with Aaron Rodgers and
Well,
his
well,
garbage
then
attitude and
again,
stuff.
they're not completely over their cap issue, are they?
Nope. It's gonna
Oh
have to
no,
be
no.
somebody cheap.
Oh well, then nah. They I don't know if they can
It won't be
definitely.
Rodgers. It won't be
Yeah, I don't know if they
Russell.
can pull that off
Russell's
because
out too.
Rodgers' previous salary was $37.5 million.
Yep. And that also
Yeah,
rules out Sam Darnold too.
right. Well, don't forget Sam Darnold's signed to Seattle, so
Yep.
yeah,
So he's out. They don't want Wentz because Wentz has to be protected like a fortress.
yeah.
So he's out.
Oh snap! So Saints may be critically vulnerable, but it depends on what they have by the time we get to them and what we have. But you know what? Now, I will say this: that running back room, Devin Neal, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Alvin Kamara,
That's a
that
nasty room.
that's a nasty running back room.
Mm.
Um, Wide receivers. I mean, Brandon Cooks, Velius Jones Jr., Chris Olave,
Mm-hmm.
Rashid Shaheed,
Mm-hmm.
Cedric Wilson Jr., and then Taysom Hill, who does have quarterback experience as well.
Yep.
I mean, they definitely have legit offensive weapons. So, I mean, it really just, can the quarterback be their field general that they need to be? Remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Defense. I mean, of course, Cam Jordan, Chase Young,
Mm-hmm.
Demario Davis, Kool Aid, Justin Reed, and Honey Badger, Tyron Matthew.
No way they got Justin Reed.
Yep.
Oh my god. Who'd they draft again? They drafted one of the
Uh,
guys on my list, didn't they?
they got Kelvin Banks Jr., Tyler. Oh, so they drafted a quarterback, Tyler Schell. Okay. Devin Neal. I remember you mentioned Devin Neal.
Devin Neal.
Uh, uh Quincy Riley at cornerback. Danny Stutzman. That's who they
Yep.
drafted.
Yep.
Linebacker.
That's the
Danny
guy.
Stutzman. Yeah, I remember you mentioned Danny
Oh
Stutzman.
boy, that's gonna be a problem. Hmm.
So ultimately, we should at least split with the Saints
I feel like yes.
because they're
If we're
going to
gonna
be
get our dub,
very,
it's gonna be at home.
yeah, and this is a home game, but they are at a holding pattern in quarterback, and that could be a big disadvantage for them. So
Uh,
right now, I'm gonna say win. I'm gonna say win.
I am too. Shout out David Screws. Have a good night. Um, he said, "Nice hearing from you, Jason. Keep pounding and good night, gentlemen. Have a
Good
good night,
night.
buddy."
Rest well. Keep pounding.
That's right, man.
So we got Atlanta on the road.
Oh boy, that's gonna kill our momentum right there.
Although we did beat them in overtime on the road last year.
That was luck. I
We
feel
had
like
to.
we had a lot of talent, but I feel like that was also luck.
That was a high scoring game like crazy.
My goodness.
Um. Hmm. But you know what? I think we're gonna sweep them this time. I got Carolina to sweep Atlanta this year.
I agree.
Yeah. I think
Penix is
I
going to
think
be throwing a lot of short and medium passes, so look out for that.
yeah.
He's a game manager type quarterback, but he's very, very dangerous as a game manager type quarterback. He's essentially a Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
And people are all like, oh, Teddy Bridgewater's trash. This game managers are trash. No, they're not. Game managers are exactly what they are. They're game managers. You bring them in for certain situations where you need the game managed.
Yeah.
They fill a purpose. You know, Teddy Bridgewater is probably the best currently at doing that,
Hmm.
in my opinion. Of the second tier quarterbacks that are not signed right now. If you're talking about quarterbacks that are signed right now, um,
Right.
that's an interesting one right there. That's up for debate. But as far as like backup quarterbacks that have become starters, Teddy Bridgewater.
Uh, yeah,
He's right in
it's fair.
between that those two stages, you know, and he's probably
Right.
going to stay there too, till the end of his career. But he's not trash. Definitely not by any means. We won
Agreed.
a few games with him, so don't be so quick to write this dude off. He'll find some work. But yeah, Michael Penix Jr. to me is one of those types. And I feel like that's where he's going to sit for a good chunk of his career until he peaks.
Right.
Um, the question is, when is he going to peak? And is Arthur
Yeah.
Blank going to give him enough of an O line to peak?
Good.
I don't
Good
think he
point.
will. As long as you got Arthur Blank as owner of the Falcons, it ain't happening. So if I'm
Exactly.
Michael Penix, I'm wanting a change of scenery after about 4 or 5 years of this.
Yeah. Okay. For the big one, ladies and gentlemen, it's confirmed. We got ourselves a Monday night football game for week 12 on the road against the San Francisco 49ers.
Dun 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 dun. 49ers in the building
I,
that cost us a Super Bowl. Mm.
but you know what? I know I already started talking a little bit of smack to one of my managers at work who is a Niners fan. I am picking this as our upset pick.
A surprise game that we should not be winning, but we do win, huh?
Yep,
Mm.
I think
We get one of those a year.
I think we get a game-winning drive to seal the deal.
Mm. I think we win this one too. Um,
Yeah, I think it'll be close.
yeah,
I think it will be close because you got a lot of factors in this game. I think it's going to be, I mean, prime time. I mean, Brock Purdy, um, C-Mac, Ayuk, Juzdek, Russell Gage, Juwan Jennings. I mean, there are a lot of weapons. Demarcus Robinson,
I think it's going to be a high scoring game.
George Kittle. It might be a
A little
shootout.
classic shootout, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
and as we all know, there were trade rumors about Ayuk and all their wide receivers, you know,
yeah. And
but they
then
never left.
and what's going to be interesting? Look at that O line. Andre Dillard, Trent Williams.
None of these guys left.
Yeah.
Think about that.
So,
That's trouble. Corners be
um,
on guard.
oh man,
If we
Nick
have
Bose.
injuries, these guys will come back on the 12th week.
Yep. Nick Bosa, YGM,
Ooh.
Mikael Williams, who they drafted. Um, let's see. Fred Warner at linebacker. Oof.
Mm.
Oof.
This is a nasty
Uh,
bunch right here.
yeah, Richie Grant. But you know what? I think we pull it off in the final game-winning drive.
Yeah, this is the one where we send a message.
Yeah, this is my upset pick.
Yeah,
This is my upset pick.
that's the one
Monday
where we
night.
stop looking like shark bait and we start looking like contenders.
Right.
That's when people start taking us seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can beat the Falcons. Yeah, you can beat the Jets. Yeah, you can beat the Dolphins and the Patriots. But are people taking us seriously just getting division wins? You know what I mean? No.
Right.
Yeah, it's not until you beat somebody major like the 49ers that's when people start to pay attention. They start opening their eyes and saying, uh oh, the Panthers
Right.
are a problem. Now what?
Yeah, exactly.
So when that happens, you got the Rams in week 13. This is your trap game.
I could not agree with you more, actually. And this is the thing. This is the game before the bye.
Mm-hmm.
So week 13. Now we got to remember they made it to the second round of the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm. Do not underestimate the Rams.
And don't forget, you got
They've been building up.
A Super Bowl champion Matthew Stafford. Um,
And they had a ton of picks in this draft too, didn't they?
I believe so.
They were moving around like hotcakes.
And not only that, they got Devonte Adams along with Nakua.
Mm.
Yeah, that's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Um, Tyler Higbee at the tight end position.
Yeah.
Um,
We're going to have our hands full. And
yeah,
this is one of those types of games where you get after a big win like that in San Fran, you come back into town and you think, oh, well, we could play a little bit lazy, you know. But
yeah,
did you forget about the fact that the Rams were in the playoffs?
yeah.
Mm. And they're still building up and
Um,
they didn't lose that much talent.
right.
There's your problem. That's what makes it a trap.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have traditionally fallen into the trap games and
And
have
see,
not come out a winner.
and we gotta also remember, Rams got off to a 1-4 start, and then they went on a big surge after their bye week last season.
Mm-hmm. That went on a tear.
I mean, they ended up finishing 10-7 after starting 1-4.
Yep, yep, yep. I kind of want
So,
to see what those opponents were. How'd they go on that
uh,
tear? Let's see. I'm looking at it right
so
now. Let's see. Uh, yeah,
those
here
are,
it is. Right after that Green Bay game. Right after the
yeah,
bye week. That bye week came at the perfect time for them.
yeah. But you know
Raiders,
what they
Minnesota, Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, they did get some. I
Those
mean, they
that's
lost.
three big wins right there.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to some tough teams, but they beat some tough teams too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like beating San Fran, beating Buffalo,
That Buffalo game was the one that convinced me.
beating Seattle, beating Minnesota.
That
Well,
got my
actually,
full attention.
That's right, they beat San Fran twice. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It was the Buffalo win that got my full attention though, because if you're able to cruise into that game after a win over New Orleans and say, okay, we're ready to play Buffalo now and take them to the fullest extent, and get the dub out of it. I'm
Yeah.
impressed. Not many
So, I mean,
not many teams could do that to Buffalo.
right. But I mean, yeah, Rams are
Yeah.
still a threat. They're
Yeah.
definitely still a threat.
They can
I
be
don't know.
beaten though.
I don't know how much of a hit their defense took, but their offense is still pretty strong on paper.
They can be beaten though. Look at Philadelphia. Look at Miami. They can be beaten. They're not invincible. So there are some weak spots. We just have to find them.
Right.
But traditionally we fall into those traps, and that's not good for us. So I'm gonna
Right.
say L right there before the bye week.
Yeah, I would say L as well.
Prove me wrong. Please do prove me wrong.
So our bye week is late, week
Mm,
14.
I don't like that.
Yeah. And after that, just 4 games remaining.
Yeah, we're gonna have too many injuries, going in. But it's right before that Saints game in the Superdome,
Yeah.
so that does help us. And then you got a back to back against the Buccaneers too. So that's two
Yeah.
division games. That's two big ones that we're gonna need to win if we want to take the
Right.
division. So that is
Right.
good timing. Seattle is another big one too. So if you can come into that last month, of December and say,
Right.
yeah, we want this division. We're gonna win week 15. We're gonna win week 16, and we're gonna battle in week 17. We're gonna secure it. You know,
Right.
that's big.
So New Orleans on the road, a 425 game. Okay. Um.
Injuries are gonna be key in this game
Yeah.
and matchups.
But I think this is a loss.
I feel like it
I'm
is too.
because I picked win at home, but loss on the road.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Um.
We're not gonna have enough players healthy enough to battle them.
Right. Uh. And then the 21st, week 16, first matchup against the Bucks at home.
Tampa Bay Bucks at home. I'm gonna say win. I
Oh man.
I think that's the
Um.
one. I think that's the one we take the dub. The key is don't let Mike Evans run circles around us.
Right.
Don't do that again. Because if we contain Mike Evans and we limit them to just the running game and some short passing and medium passing, we should have some good luck.
Oh, they also got Hassan Reddick.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Oof.
Yep. Hassan Reddick is definitely a problem.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Their defense did get a little bit of an upgrade.
Indeed.
So I'm going to say I'm gonna say win.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say win.
Mm-hmm. Not to
All
mention
right.
Baker is still a problem too.
Yeah. But I think we're definitely gonna at least split. I mean,
Hmm.
we've been shut out enough times lately. I think this time we're gonna split again.
Yeah, that's gonna be the resurgence right there. That's when our team's gonna rally, like they did in London, and say no more of
Yeah.
this garbage. Like we put up with against the Saints in the Superdome. We're trying to win a division. Doggone it. Let's
Right.
hoorah.
Now
It's time
this
to.
next now this next one, which is a flex game, um, Week 17 at home against the Seahawks.
Mm,
And we're going up against a familiar face in Sam Darnold.
that's a dangerous game right there.
Yeah,
That could go either way.
and see, look at his newest additions. Marquez Valles Scantling, Cooper Cup. Still got Jackson Smith Jigba.
Smith Jigba
Um,
and Cooper Cup are a problem.
yep. Still got Noah Font at tight end.
Mm,
Shoot. On defense, Demarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Jonathan Hankins. Oh man, that D line's nasty.
mm-hmm.
Oh man, that
We're
D
in
line's
for it.
nasty.
We're not going to be able to run the ball
Oh
much.
shoot, Jaron Reed. Oof, oof.
And the whole thing is Brad Izik's signature move is that draw play or this or the ISO play. So
Uh
he'll try
huh.
to run it up the middle, and you're not going to be able to have much success against that Seattle D line. You're going to have to move the
Yeah,
ball
but I
somehow. You're
think
going
we
to have to
might.
do some counters.
I think we might can do a little something to their secondary though. Their secondary doesn't look that strong.
Um,
But that,
we could, but the problem is once we've been limited to sweeps, counters, and dead draw plays, you know, then it's like,
right,
okay, well, running play is dead, so we have to pass the ball. And
right,
that's where they're going to start stepping up and making plays on us.
right.
Whereas where you normally wouldn't expect them to do so. So that's going to become an issue later on. You know, they weren't successful before, but you'll see a couple of players come out of the woodwork on that defense and make pass deflections and stops where they shouldn't
Uh huh.
if we had a running game going. I don't like that. But it is what it is, you know.
Right.
You just have to run with it
Uh
as it is.
this could really go either way.
I think the biggest thing is injuries going into that one and matchups. Are we able
Yeah.
to play chess match with Seattle like we are everybody else? If so, cool.
Right.
If not, then this is a 50-50 game. And we can't afford a 50-50 game when we're trying to fight for a division title. That's what I don't like that being right there. You know, that's not a good spot for that. Unless Seattle plays like absolute garbage,
Right.
there's always that random chance towards the end of the year. I've seen weirder
I,
things happen.
for now, uh, I'm gonna say a loss.
I'm gonna agree. So it's gonna come down to
Yeah.
that game against the Buccaneers and Raymond James Stadium.
Yep. Game.
Ooh.
Second game. Last game of the season. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's gonna be a split, so I'm gonna have to say this is a loss.
And that's the one that's gonna keep us out of the playoffs. But we're gonna come close. We're gonna get our 9 wins. We're gonna be in the fight. You know what I mean?
So based on based on my picks, I am picking. Let's see. For wins, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. 9 wins.
Dead on target. What did I tell y'all before we even saw the schedule? Dead on target. Do I know this franchise or do I know this franchise, man? Come on, man.
I mean, if we
That's
hit
wild.
that, if we hit that, that's progress. Heck, if we hit 8, that's progress.
Exactly. Our goal this year is to be in the contention for the division title and possibly take it. If we can
Right.
take it, excellent. You know, we're on
Yeah.
target. Uh, if we fall up short, okay, I'm not mad at it, but we came close. You know,
Right.
that just makes it a little tougher for us to draft, which is not a bad thing for us.
Right.
It's not fantastic, but it's not terrible either. That means
Yeah.
we can finish what we're doing, finish what we started. You know, fill
And
the last of these positions.
like I said, my upset pick is us beating San Fran on Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree, trap game, the Rams right afterwards.
Yep. Yep. There's your trap game. All right. So you have one game that you're not supposed to win, and that's San Fran. So that's traditional every year. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 against Miami. Dallas is an L. So 5-1, 6-1, 6-2 against the Bills, 6-3 against the Packers. Um, 7-3 against the Saints.
Hmm.
7-4 against the 49ers. Well, eight
Hmm.
eight and four, 8-4 because we go to Atlanta and win that game, right?
Yeah, I'm picking a sweep of Atlanta.
Okay, 8-4. Rams is going to be an L. 8-5, 8-6. Um, 9-6 against the Buccaneers, and then 9-7, 9-8. Yeah, 9 wins.
Yeah.
I was dead on target with it, and that's if we maximize our schedule. All the rookies pan out. Everybody stays as healthy as we can keep them. You know, I'm thinking anywhere between 7 and 9 wins if
Yeah.
everybody stays healthy and fights for the division
I'm thinking
title.
I'm thinking 8 or 9
Mm-hmm.
overall, 8 or
Eight or
9.
nine. I'll agree with that.
Now, once we get that 53-man roster, I mean, that definitely could change,
I'm saying 7 to 9 because the injuries have always cost us one game at least per
which is
year.
fair.
So 7 to 9.
You know.
There's always
Yeah.
those unforeseen things that happen during games too. So you got to kind
Yeah.
of allow for one.
Right.
Um, but if we can get anywhere between that 7 and 9 win radius, we've accomplished what we set out to do for year two.
Right.
I'll be very pleased with that. If we get a playoff win, that's a bonus, and that looks good on Dave and Dan
Yep. Sure
and
does.
all these players. And that says we're ahead of schedule. We need to keep as many of these players as we possibly can
There it is.
because we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. And we only have a few holes left to fill.
Oh yeah.
We can get that done in year three off season. I see it coming already. We'll be sitting about anywhere from between 15 and 20 draft position if we accomplish what we're set out to do. That's going
Right.
to help us to finish off this roster complete any holes that we still have left. You know, add some
Hmm.
depth in rounds 3 through 7, and you know, if we want to tweak something, we can tweak it. You know, if and
Right.
this team needs to be a constantly upgrading team. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Do not
Yeah.
settle.
Absolutely.
Even if you see something that looks a little bit short of what you're looking for, but you know you can upgrade there, and you
Right.
got a little extra money you want to spend, whether it be rookie money or free agent money, spend it
Right.
because we want to make sure that we get this right. You know, before we make
Right.
our playoff run and our Super Bowl run, let's learn from last time. Let's make sure there's no Achilles heel this time. And I mean, close
Good.
it up
Good
because
point. Good point.
that's what we failed to do last time. Third time's the charm. I want it done this time. I want that trophy in Charlotte this time. No mistakes this time. You know,
Agreed.
yeah, you're gonna have a sloppy Super Bowl, but you win a Super Bowl. Fine with me.
Yeah. Fine with
But
me.
our roster has to be intact, okay? In order to do that.
Right.
And the only way we're gonna do that is we're gonna have to progress naturally. So we got to
Yep.
stay on the train. Year 3, people are going to be pissed off. They're going to be upset. Boo hoo, woe is us. We didn't make the playoffs. Sit down and
Right.
be patient. It's not going to happen overnight. I told y'all this is a 3-year process. It's the same ones that complain about that don't understand this. You
Yeah.
know,
That
and
much
our
is true.
management understands it. We understand it. And we're trying to convey that to you to open your
Right.
eyes and look a little further. You know, this is going to be normal for year 2, where we look at 9-7.
Right.
Uh, like I said, we're following the Lions blueprint. So when you look at the Lions blueprint, hold up, ESPN.
Hmm.
Let me see what the Lions did. Hold up. So when did they first hire um, Dan
Ben
Campbell?
Johnson.
Yeah,
Oh, Dan Campbell.
yeah. When did they first hire Dan Campbell? 2023.
Uh.
Was it 22 or 23?
Oh six. Oh. Oh wait. As a coach. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm going way
Mm-hmm.
back too far. 2021.
2021. All right.
Yeah. 2021.
Okay, so 2021, you're evaluating, you're seeing what you have. So naturally, you're going to try to get your whatever wins you can get out of that season, which is the last 3. When did he
Yeah.
officially take over? What week? Because I think it might have
Uh.
been 13.
Um. Let's see.
And why this is important is, you know,
So they started the season 0-10-1,
mm-hmm,
and then week 13, yeah, was their first victory.
that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
And why this is important is you've seen terrible management, you've seen terrible games, and then you say, okay, I'm ready to make a change. And that change happens immediately.
Yes.
You see that initial surge that gets you one win. But
Right.
can you keep it going? You get slaughtered by Denver, you evaluate the team, you figure out what you have. Okay, cool. Come back in, face a garbage Arizona team, win that one. Learning
Right.
about your team still.
Right.
It continues on Atlanta, Seattle, Green Bay. And somehow you manage to pull off a win against Green Bay when they're putting in their subs. Okay, cool. But this is year one. You're evaluating what you have. Now, once
Right.
they drafted people, you're going to start to see some changes. It's not going to
Right.
happen immediately. Look at this start, through week 8. Does that look familiar to you? The 1 and 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that looks familiar to you in year 2, right?
Right.
Because you're
Right.
starting to get your bearing. We had to bench Bryce Young to get that to happen, for the change to happen. But look where it changed. Week 9. Look at the
Oh
pattern.
yeah.
Look what happened after that.
Yeah. There's definitely a pattern.
You got some garbage teams in here, but you got the wins. Look at this.
Right.
Chicago, New York, our Panthers,
Right.
you know. Well, technically, we won that game, but
Right.
we weren't even supposed to win that game, to be honest. But it was like,
Yeah. Which.
it was a second year resurgent team versus a second year resurgent team, really.
Right.
But we were garbage at that point, so I don't know how we won that. And then somehow you won against Green Bay again. They actually swept Green Bay. Look at that.
Yeah.
And they
That's
beat
big.
Minnesota, who is now a playoff team. Think about that. That's how
They
you know you're
did.
making progress. Right there, that Minnesota game. So, you go in, you say, okay, what we have is not enough. Now we're going to draft again.
Right.
Look at this start that they went on up through 9 weeks. That is beautiful. That's a work of art right there. Week 3.
There you.
Year
There
3.
you go.
Year 3. This is year 3 under Dad Campbell. Look at the change that you're seeing right here. This is what's coming in 2026. I'm telling you right now. You're going to see five or six losses. It's going to be an 11-win season. Look
Right.
at the changes. Look at all of these nasty teams on this roster, this lineup here, that they went through.
It adds up.
They even beat KC, Matt.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They beat KC.
That was opening week.
Fully decked out KC roster. They beat it. This is what's coming, ladies and gentlemen. For us. If we stay on track. And I'm
Right.
telling you right now. Okay. So, that's 23. Now you got 24. Look at this. It gets even more beautiful. They lost 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the progression. Their next goal. Okay, let's get a playoff win, right?
Yeah.
They
Mm-hmm.
lost to Washington in the division playoffs. So their next goal in 2025 is going to be, let's make a playoff run.
Right.
We put up the regular season numbers, schedule wins of
Mm-hmm.
15-2. We've done this consistently now. 2023 was what? 12-5.
Yes.
So that's 12-5. Now you've got 15-2. So we've shown that we can do this consistently.
Right.
So next year, expect to see like a 13-win game season or something like that, to that effect. Except
Yeah.
this year, you're going to see a playoff win, possibly 2.
Right.
This was what's going to make them a major threat in the playoffs this year. This is why I'm saying watch out for them. Do not
Yes.
underestimate those Lions. They're going to sweep Green Bay again. Let's see. Chicago's easy. Cleveland's easy. Cincinnati's easy. That KC game is going to tell us a lot about how strong this team is.
Right.
That and
Yeah.
Baltimore. Early on. They're going to heal up week 8. Come back out. Beat a resurgent Minnesota team. Beat a very angry Washington team. Take an L to Philly. Possibly take an L to Dallas. But I could see them having another nasty year.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
what I'm thinking is like a anywhere between 13 and 15 wins again for the Detroit Lions. This is a NFC Championship threat right here.
Yes. For sure.
So if we're following by that schedule right there, that they're following,
Mm-hmm.
we're following that blueprint, dead on. Now I'm going to show you ours. Look where we're at in that process right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, we started in 23, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We evaluated in 23. We got the win over Atlanta. Okay, whoop-de-doo. But 24 is where we began, technically, this process. So year 1, here's what you're looking at. 5-12 start. You got your
Oh,
surprise win over.
keep going. I'm gonna use the restroom right quick. Y'all keep going. I'll be right back.
Sure. All right. So again, look how familiar this looks through week 8. You got all these L's and you got one win over the Raiders, which honestly was a fluke, in my opinion. Possibly. I'm kind of back and forth on whether we actually deserve to win that one or not. But, then you start out, here's week 9 against the Saints. This is where we finally squared up. And we said, okay, enough's enough. We want to win. We want to win right now. We need to maintain some dignity. So we got our dub there. We got our dub against New York and Germany. And that practice in Germany, before we started that game, is a historical benchmarker for where we're going as a franchise. I'm going to say it again. That was a historical bench marker. We're going to see that game. We're going to see that practice. Once we get where the Lions are, and we're going to celebrate that day. Every year. And say, this is where it began. This is officially where it began. Because before this point, we had no idea where we were going. Through week 8, we had no clue what we were doing at all. We were just sand in the wind.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yeah. So, yeah, Blitz. So, just so you know, through week 8 of 2024, first year, does that look familiar to you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. based on what we just saw from the Lions?
Yes.
All right. So we got our magical win against the Saints. Okay, cool. We finally found our footing. We finally figured out what we were doing. And we said, okay, enough's enough. It's time to make a stand. It's time to stop being the doormats of the league. That practice, right before that game in Germany,
Uh huh.
is a benchmarker for what we are doing with this franchise from this point forward. That's the moment we became way more than we ever thought we were going to become.
Mm.
That's the moment that jump started a future dynasty. Is that Focus Friday. And I want us to celebrate that day every year. When we start getting wins and we start going on that tear that the Lions are doing right now, I want us to remember that day.
Oh yeah.
We're going to do a live stream. We're going to celebrate it every year on that exact date. I want that to become the moment that we become more than we ever thought we were going to be. Because before this, we were just dust in the wind. We had no clue where we were going, no direction, nothing. Before week 9. Everything changed that day.
Right.
And we became a competitive team. Look at what we did against KC. Look at what we did against Tampa Bay. Philadelphia. I'll say the Dallas game was a wash. I expected that one to go the way it did. But look at Arizona.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Tampa Bay was a wash. But look at the Atlanta game at the end of the year.
Right.
All of that was sparked by that one Focus Friday practice in Germany. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's the beginning of something right there. Very, very special. And I want Panthers fans to understand this. This is going to be a historical day. It's coming. Mark it on your calendars.
Let's go.
And once we hit this 9-win season, we're not quite going to get to where the Lions are because we're not the Detroit Lions. Clearly. We're our own brand. You know, in our own division. Doing it our own way. You know, because in this division you have to have 9 wins in order to compete for a division title.
Yeah.
So,
That's a magic number.
let's say we manage to get our 9 wins. Let's say we get into the playoffs and we lose that first round playoff game, just like the Lions did.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what 2026 is going to look like. After we've had 3 full off seasons of work and completing this roster, just like the Lions did under Dan Campbell.
And that's when the real fun begins.
Exactly. That's when our playoff run begins. And we're going to work our way up. 27 is what I'm predicting our Super Bowl run.
2027. Okay.
If we stay on schedule. And
That's
we
the
have
key
four good drafts and off seasons. 2027 should finish it off officially. I don't think that there will be that many things that we still have to push. It'll just be resigning at that point.
Right.
You know, we'll be using like 75% of our money on resigning. And you won't see a huge push in free agency unless we need to replace one or two positions.
Right.
So the whole draft process will be a depth move, you know? Humongous
Hmm.
depth push, minus those one or two positions. That's what this um, that's what this vision looks like, you know,
Yeah.
going 2 years into the future. That's if we stay on schedule and we stay on path. Stay on the train. And Dan and Dave have shown us this offseason they know how to stay on that train. This was the 1 year that if we were going to derail, it was going to happen this year, this
Right.
offseason. And it hasn't happened yet. Think about that. Think about two more off seasons of this.
Yeah. We gotta
What this team could
make it.
look like at the end of that tunnel. This could
And
be
really,
nasty.
yeah, gotta make it count.
This could rival 2015's roster. Possibly even top it in a couple of areas. That's what we're looking at. And I'm trying to show everybody this vision because I don't think people. There are some people that just don't understand this. They're not willing to look past this season. They want to look at just wins and losses.
Right.
Okay? Well, I just showed you what wins and losses are going to look like going into the next couple of years. You know, are you willing to
Right.
be patient with Dave and Dan long enough to get to that point? Or are you going to jump ship early? If you jump ship early, that's on you.
Can't jump ship early.
That's up to
Can't
you.
do it.
But I'm warning you right now. Don't try to jump back on that ship when we start winning. Because
Oh snap.
I'm going to see y'all in chat, man. I'm going to see y'all in the VODs. Everywhere. On social media, everywhere. And I'm going to call you out on it. I'm taking names right now. I'm watching, and I'm checking them off, man. I'm like Santa Claus right now.
Uh oh.
I
Don't
see
hurt him.
who's naughty and nice. I see who's naughty and nice as we go through this process. I'm gonna see y'all 2 years in the future, and we about to
Oh
check
well.
it out. Some of those comments, man. About to check some of those comments, and some of them are not gonna age well. I'm warning y'all right now.
Oh snap. Don't hurt him now.
All these Bryce haters, I don't want to hear nut from these Bryce haters once we start winning. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing from the doubters because it's gonna be like Chuba Hubbard, man. Look at Chuba Hubbard when he started struggling, man. When he first came in, fumbling issues, catching issues,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody's just like, "Ah, oh, Chuba's trash. Chuba's this. Chuba's that." Fast forward 3 years in the future, what's he doing now?
They're starting running back.
What's his numbers look like right now? Oh,
Chuba's numbers.
all y'all flip flopped. Every single one of y'all. Every
Uh,
single
la-
one of y'all.
last season was 250 carries, 1,195 yards, 10 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
His first 1,000 yard season, which he almost got it in 2023. He was only 98 yards away.
I was watching the VODs. I was watching the social media posts about Chuba
Mm-hmm.
2 to 3 years ago. Every single one of those people turned an about face. Every single one. He turned all those doubters around. And if Chuba can do that, Dan and Dave can too.
Yep.
So
This is true.
everybody that wants to throw Dan under the bus for the record that we're gonna have 5 wins or 9 wins, that it's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna make the playoffs. Oh, boo hoo hoo. Are you willing to sacrifice one more year of not making the playoffs? Or at least being in contention and not making the playoffs? Or are you willing to just throw all of this work away and just say, screw it, all cautions to win, we're going to put all this money in and then fail?
Got to make it count.
Because some of these people are just like Super Bowl or bust mentality. And I'm like, that does not work. That does not work. It's been proven.
Right.
I don't understand why people are so stuck on that mentality. It does not work in the NFL. How many times have we seen that happen? And every single one of those players got sold off the next year, didn't they? Because they
Yep.
cannot afford to pay their mortgage on their cap space. I've been trying to tell y'all, man. The short flame does not pay off. It's the long flame that is working. Look at the Eagles. They got 2 Super Bowls out of it. Why?
Yep.
Because they chose the harder, long road. Look at the Chiefs. They chose the long, hard road. Yeah, people accuse them of cheating now, but shoot. At the beginning, they didn't. When they got those first two
Yeah.
Super Bowls, where were those comments
Yeah.
then?
Yeah. I mean, they built and they ended up building a dynasty.
They built an empire, bro. That's where
Yep.
we're going. Imagine a Carolina Panthers empire, man, in the NFL. It's not that far away if you really think about it.
Yeah. We just gotta let them work. Give them the opportunity to let them work.
Let these guys cook. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let these guys cook. Don't jump ship too early. Let them cook.
Right.
You know, and I look around social media this past off season, and I see a good chunk of this fan base understands what we're doing, and it makes me happy
Hmm.
because I see that they see the vision, and I can tell which ones see the vision and which ones don't, because the ones that don't are still complaining about it. And I'm like, look, stop complaining about the past. Stop complaining about what you're doing with Bryce Young. Focus on the future.
Right.
Focus on what's coming. And I've tried to show y'all this vision again and again and again. So I'm trying to help you guys let it sink in. So you understand what we're doing. So you
Right.
don't forget it. You know? Because if you think about it, people on social media these days, they got a 30-second uh, attention span, right?
Yeah. For the most part. Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you spend more than just a minute and you listen and you learn what we've been trying to teach you tonight, you're going to see it. You're going
Right.
to see the vision. If you don't and you got a 30-second span, all you're going to see is wins, losses, Super Bowl or bust, blah, 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 blah. You're going to get stuck in your little box. And I'm
Hmm.
trying to help you guys find your way out of that box. Little by little. Whatever I can do to help you see the future is coming for this team, bro. It's coming.
Yep.
And you can hate it or you can jump on board. The choice is up to you. And some people don't like change. They will
Yeah. That is
fight it
true.
tooth and nail until there is nothing left to fight. And it still overtakes them. Change is inevitable. It's a part of life.
Right.
And I look at this Dan and Dave era, man, and it's full of change, man. It's full of good changes. You can fight it. You can complain about this and that and this and that. You know, here's my
Right,
thing. When
right,
we went to the Super Bowl in 15, where were all these people complaining until after the Super Bowl was over?
right.
Not a single one spoke up. Not a single one, because there's nothing to complain about. Look at our roster back in 15. It was flawless.
Hmm.
From top to bottom. Flawless. There's nothing to find fault in.
Right.
And yet somehow these people still manage to do it anyway.
Yeah, for reals.
Bottom line is
But
this, man. Stay focused. Stay on the train. Keep pounding through all this garbage.
indeed,
Because the tunnel, the end of the tunnel is coming. A lot sooner than you think. I'm
but it
predicting
takes
it now. I
patience.
know this franchise. I know what we're doing.
Yeah, it takes patience. But I'm gonna have to hop off here, um, cause yeah,
Yeah, man.
it's a little late. But I wanted to give you a chance, plug in your socials.
Keep pounding 3869 on YouTube. Again, that's keep pounding 3869, one whole word, in the search bar on YouTube. And on Facebook, look us up at Keep Pounding in all caps. Facebook group page. Don't just look us up by the page. Look us up by the group page. Big difference. I've had people get
Big,
confused by that. So,
indeed, big difference. But yeah, y'all, schedules out. Like I said, this was a good breakdown, but I definitely see improvement over last season. But as Corey was saying, we gotta let things play out, let them do their jobs. Gotta be patient, but most of all, keep pounding. We're gonna
let
get
me
through this.
let me say this, because we got gaming streams coming on my channel,
Oh
um,
yeah,
throughout the next few months. Um, we might do a music podcast as well. Just talking about music stuff. So, I mean, be on the lookout. Come over to our page and sub and hit the bell so you don't miss that content during the off season. But if you're just here for
you,
the Panthers content, we'll be around, but you can catch us on social media, on the Facebook group page and
oh yeah,
also on his pages. But um, we'll mostly not be covering most of this stuff. There's no training camp for the fan base.
oh
But
yeah,
I
because we're not allowed.
but I will still be covering training camp based on the information that we're given.
Hmm.
So do keep that in mind for July. That will still be a thing. So I wanted to announce that and make sure that that was known. I will still be covering it for the next 2 years in training camp.
There, I can dig it. I can definitely dig it.
All right.
But anyway, I'm about to peace out. I don't know if you're still gonna keep going, Corey, but if you do, everybody go right on over to Corey's channel. Keep pounding on YouTube, and Corey finished strong.
Thank you,
Um,
sir.
and
Sir.
of course, for Blitzball Champ Gaming, and
Keep pounding.
we will catch y'all next time. Stay tuned. Keep eyes out. Keep pounding, and look forward to the journey. Blitzball Champ out. Peace, y'all. Love y'all. Later.
All right, thank you very much. That is Blitzball Champ Gaming. We appreciate him being a part of this. Um, I don't know who's still. Nobody's still up at this point, right? You find out who's still. Yeah, nobody's still going. Okay, it's just me. Cool. Um, I mean, I don't see anybody jumping on Discord this late, but if they do, I'll start it up, again. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the Discord down for the night. But thank you guys for jumping in, man. And special shout out to David, to from our Keep Pounding team, and also David Screws, who was also part of our Keep Pounding team in the chat. Appreciate him providing that information to us. And everybody else that has been a major contributor to what we're doing. Um, it is 2 a.m. My main question is, do you guys want to still chat for another 30 minutes? I'd be down for that, but I don't feel like doing gaming stuff tonight. Um, let's take a look at what's on the Panthers website. Maybe we can cover a couple of things real quick. But and if anybody in chat has any takes on this schedule, let me know. I think we covered a lot on that, but yeah, let me know in chat. I'll read it off and we'll talk about it. If you guys have anything you guys want to talk about. In the meantime, I'm gonna focus on a couple of these news stories here. We got I want to see this. Hotel meeting room, Panthers rookie pass rushers for the future. Um, I mean, Dave Canales is feeling ecstatic about the picks that we made. Um, is there anything in here worth covering? So far, I'm not seeing anything worth. Days. Okay. Um, I don't see anything. Yeah. Nothing too exciting there. Okay, Princely's goals. What do we got here? He's determined to get double-digit sacks. Ooh. His first goal for an NFL paycheck, deposit for an apartment or a house. I respect that. See, now that I like. Because you got all these NFL players, the majority of them do exactly that. And you never hear about it. You never hear about it. Because they're quietly taking care of their business, man. You know? They're quietly setting themselves up. You know? The ones you hear about are the ones that get in trouble because they don't know what to do with their money. They get all these millions of dollars, they don't know what to do with it. Shoot. They get out the projects, they get out these situations, and they get into money, and they don't know what to do with it, bro. So, it's understandable to a degree, you know? And I get it. I get it, but uh, I'm telling you, I respect these people a lot more. They keep to themselves and just take care of the business. You know what I mean? Just build these get these apartments and get these houses and get their business done. You know, set up for the next 5 years. They help out their moms. They help out their families. They do community work. Quietly under the radar. They don't want people to know about it. You know. Let me give you an example of an actor that does that. What's his name that played in the Matrix? Oh man, I forget his name. It's gonna drive me crazy. But yeah, this dude quietly does so many things with his money that he's earned from his movies, and it has helped out so many people, and nobody even knows about half of it, bro. And I'm like, yo, like those are the people I like, right there, because they're not trying to get into no trouble, man. But some people, that's all they know is trouble, So I get it, man. But for those people that know how to get out of those situations, man, kudos to you. And do what you have to do. You know, that takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of guts, and it's not easy. It's not easy to get where you want to go. You got to go through fire and brimstone and hell to get where you want to go. You got to climb the ladder, man. And life does not make it easy for you. The world does not make it easy for you. In fact, it's the complete opposite. It is absolute hell to get where you want to go. But if you are willing to push yourself and you are willing to keep striving and keep trying to do good, man, good things will come to you. I promise you they will. You just got to stay patient. You got to stay on course. And it's not easy to stay on that track at all. There's so many ways that you could get distracted. There's so many ways that you could fall off that path. And for these people that are like that, whether they be players or anybody else, man, I'm telling you, man, stay on that path. Because it's beautiful on the other side, man. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. There's so much on the other side to look forward to. And I've seen a lot of things, man. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen the upper class. I've seen the lower class. I've seen everything, man. And I understand some of this stuff, man. I understand it from all levels. I understand where people are coming from, man. So when I look at some of these players, that are just as humble as this dude right here, like my man Ted, who's just trying to get an apartment or a house, man, with his first NFL paycheck, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, I love that answer right there. I love that. He's just staying humble, man. He's just being him. You know. He's honest with you too, cause it's just like, man, I'm clueless because it's the first day. Gotta get the fundamentals down. You know. And yo, man, Princely's just such a down to earth guy, man, and I like that. I like that. I like that, man. You could tell by that smile right there. That's a down to earth guy right there. That's a very humble and kind human being, and that's the people I like. You might make a fan out of me yet, Presley. You might make me a fan of you yet, man. For real. And that's a good introduction to who you are. Because I don't just look at players' skills. I don't just look at, you know, the mechanics on the field. I look at your personality too. I want to know who you are. Because some of these players I fall in love with, man. Because, no homo. Because these guys are awesome people, man. You look at some of the people that have been on the Panthers and look what how much good they've done for the community, for the city of Charlotte, for the Carolinas, for just all these things, man. And I look at Princely and I see that in him. I see that he's going to become one of those people. And that makes my heart happy as a Panthers fan, man. To know that we got one of those people on this roster. You know? One of maybe 50 that are going to make this roster. Or are going to make a difference. They stay humble and then they get out there on the field and they take care of business. That's what's up. So, we want to build a roster full of these types of people right here. Dan and Dave get it, man. They get that. And they've been doing it. They're not just talking the talk, they've been doing it. They've been putting the people like this together. So, when I look at the future of the Carolina Panthers, man, I'm excited to say it is bright. It is very, very bright. And I'm very, very pleased by that. I'm very happy. We've been through a lot of dark times, Panthers fans. Panthers family. We've been through some dark stuff in our Panthers history. It's time, man. It's time. It's like the lighting in this picture here, man. We're done with all that black paint, man. We're done with all that garbage, man. We're bringing it into the light, bro. It's time. We've waited way too long for this. To throw it all away. And say, nah, let's start over just because we had a 5-win season. Don't do that. Panthers fans, don't do that. I know there's a lot of people out there that want to do that. Don't do that. Not when you see where this team is going. Stay the course. You're going to see the results this year. You're going to start to see those results this year. The light is coming to illuminate those tunnels of darkness. It's coming. And I want y'all to believe that. I want y'all to believe that from right here to you. I know this franchise. I know how much hurt we have gone through as a franchise. God, it's been painful. It's been infuriating. It's made people want to jump off the bandwagon and just quit and find another team. I get it. And Dan and Dave are about to reward your loyalty in the next few years. Y'all just wait and see. It's coming. Sooner than you think. It's coming. So when I say 7 to 9 win season this year, when am I ever that close, that far off the mark? I've been on target every time, right? Put your faith in me, man. Put your faith in my prediction. Put your faith in my belief in this team. Because I understand what we're doing. Me, Dan, and Dave see the vision, bro. We see it. And God, the end of that tunnel looks beautiful for the Carolina Panthers. It looks so beautiful. I'm getting a little emotional thinking about it, man. Can you imagine being a Lions fan right now? Can you imagine? How many years did they go through? Oh, man. All them Lions fans praying for a better future for Detroit, for their NFL team. God, it makes me emotional to think about how much they turned around, and it's about to happen to us. It's about to happen to us, y'all. We are this close. All we have to do is see it through. Just see it through. Consider this. The Lions fans were this close to selling that team to another city and destroying Ford Field because their ticket sales were that low. God almighty, man. Just imagine being a Lions fan and putting up with all that. They went through 5 times what we went through. 5 times what we went through. And you know they never once went up to city, went up to the main street of Detroit with pitchforks and protested the team. Never once. Now, how stupid does that make some of you feel? Now that they are doing what they're doing. How stupid does that make you feel? And honestly, I'm on that train too because at one point, I felt that same way a little bit, man. I wanted to protest, but I didn't want to protest for the same reasons y'all did. My reasons were for David Tepper at the time. Hey, y'all can go back and check the VODs. It's true. But I didn't want to protest because the team was sucking. No. That wasn't the reason. I wanted Tepper out. You know? And Tepper still has not given me that much of a reason to support him at this point, but it's not giving me a reason not to support him right now. For now. All respect to him and his family. They're very kind people. But my whole thing is like, you're not giving me a reason to support you right now. But you're not giving me a reason to hate you either. So that's a good thing. Just stay out of the way. And let these men do what they do. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. I respect it. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Tepper because there's so many ways this could go wrong if you didn't. We were this close to protesting on Main Street in Charlotte. This close. I saw the organization, getting set up on social media. And I was like, nope. What did I tell y'all then? What did I tell y'all then? I'm gonna tell y'all that same thing now. We gotta be patient. A better future is coming. And it's almost here. Detroit fans waited 30 years. 30 years before they ever saw theirs. We saw 10 years of darkness. They saw 30 years of hell as fans. And they never once protested. They gave up. The ones that stayed loyal got rewarded. We didn't give up. And we're about to get rewarded. Think about that. Panthers fans. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. This man is just one of many players coming that are going to change the future of the Panthers in a very, very positive way. Mark my words. It's coming. Now let's find out what's going on with Mitchell Evans here. I had this dude on my draft boards. But what's he saying? Ask him about the team breakdown. Okay. Keep improving, keep pounding, and together on 2-1-2. Alright. Simple. Took that from the Irish practice, the Fighting Irish. And each college brings their own unique things, you know, um, to the table. And I like that. So each one of them is respected in their own way and included in their own way. So that's cool. Um, he's taking extra time before practice to work with coaches or keeping the group entertained after practice. Okay. And see, that's that type of personality I'm talking about, man. We're bringing that in here, and it's making a difference. That's exciting right there. So let's see what the takeaways are from the practices here. Uh, Lone quarterback. All right. 9 for 9 when he was with the Bruins. He looks great. He can throw all day. Okay. Hmm. Tester study habits. Did a great job. Okay. Cool. First of all, accuracy. There's a lot of power in his leg. Ball jumps off of his foot. Hmm. Talking about the kicker. Fitzgerald. Okay. Okay. And all of these articles are on the Panthers website, by the way. If you guys want to go and read them. All right. All right. Day 2. All right. That's what's up. Let's see what this video is. I'll turn the sound off, of course. See what we got going on. Just rolling some footballs. Okay. Doing curling stuff. That's funny. Alright. Find little ways to have fun. Ooh, Jake Delhomme. Let's see what Jake thinks. How long is this?
The 20
39 minutes. Alright. We'll breeze through it real quick. I don't want to get too in depth with this, but we'll we'll kind of skim through this and see what he thinks.
25 NFL schedule is out. Welcome, Panthers fans. I am Cassidy Hill, joined by Jake Delhomme from his home in Louisiana, but he and I both have the NFL
Shout out Cassidy Hill.
schedule in hand. How exciting. Jake, who did
Finally
you
got a
drive to
face to
get
the
the
name
NFL
of all these
schedule?
articles.
Well, really no one, but I'm telling you, I'm like a kid at Christmas. I love when the schedule comes out. I always did as a player, and especially now broadcasting the games. I love to kind of look at the schedule. I guess because I'm starving for football, right? We
Yeah.
had the couple of weeks ago, and so you kind of always craving the football, and it can't get here soon enough. So I love to see how the schedule got because, yeah, I think if you ask any player, they love to play at 1 o'clock on Sunday because we're so routine oriented. But you like those primetime games to showcase your team. I think that's
Yeah.
something as a player, that's something that you really enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to look through this schedule and see if there are any
There
primetime
we go.
games this year. You mentioned the cold weather games. I was talking to DB, Derek Brown, and Robert Hunt last week and asked them, do you care about when the schedule comes out, like what it looks like? And they both said the same thing. I just want to know when that Green Bay game is this year. And they were like, I would love like a week 2 September, nothing in
Mm.
December.
Mm.
But as I mentioned, the schedule has been allowed out of the vault. The NFL keeps it under lock and key. They let it out at 8 p.m. tonight, and we are right here ready to go through it with you. So, Jake, we're going to go through this week by week really quick. And
Sure.
then I kind of just want to go back over it and get your analysis as a former player and as someone who knows this particular team really well as an analyst for Panthers Radio. So you ready?
I am ready to go.
Let's do it. We're going to go real quick over the preseason ones here. Cleveland Browns preseason game 1. That'll actually be a joint practice with the Browns as well. And,
Yeah.
they're
I forgot to
17
mention that
quarterbacks.
earlier. Joint practice.
And then preseason 2 will go to the
With the
Houston
Browns.
Texans. Houston in August doesn't sound great, but that's an indoor stadium, so a little bit better. And then preseason 3, Pittsburgh comes here. Also another team that's got a lot of question marks. So that could be some interesting preseason games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the Cleveland deal, you love the practicing together, the combined, the joint practices. I think those where you're going to get the majority of your work. And I know quarterback wise, my mind would think, okay, we get to go against Myles Garrett, right? One of the premier defenders in the National Football League. Really good defense. And then for us defensively, it's going to be different. Who's going to be the quarterback? And I would think some things will play themselves out before that. So, yeah. You got Cleveland, and you're going to have a really talented Houston football team, kind of revamp their offensive line. But it's a talented football team. Been in the playoffs 2 years in a row. Then again, Pittsburgh, another very talented football team that you know what you're going to get. Third preseason game. See how much those starters play in that regard. Not sure who the quarterback will be. I think everybody's assuming it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. The announcement at some point. Maybe after the schedule's released and he's looking at the schedule, he'll decide. But yeah, solid preseason to get yourself ready for week 1.
Yeah, like you said, it'll be a lot of good question marks there. Okay, let's go into week 1. Week 1 will kick off September 7th. Panthers are going to go on the road to Jacksonville. So a Jacksonville game in early September.
Yeah, early September, and that's the whole heat issue that you can look at. But I still think September 7th, it's very warm in Charlotte, in the Carolinas.
So you're going to be hot no matter where you're at.
You're going to be hot no matter where you go. And certainly going to Jacksonville, there'll be some excitement in Jacksonville with the new coaching staff that has come in. Certainly the talk will be the Trevor Lawrence. What are they going to do different with him? Travis Hunter, that's going to be made up so much. Is he going to be an offensive guy, defensive guy? So that's something that I think we'll look forward to because it depends on how much they're going to showcase him in the preseason. But a good start, an AFC opponent.
He said an offensive guy or a defensive guy. Did y'all catch that? Or Travis Hunter is going to be a offensive guy or a defensive guy. Jake Delhomme already knows. He's been paying attention. He's been playing this game for a long time. He's been watching this game for a long time since he's retired. He knows what's going to happen with Travis Hunter. Let's continue.
We would always say that's an uncommon opponent because it's like every 4 years you would play that. But now with the added game, the 17th game, that gets kind of factored in. So we only played them what a year
2 years ago.
2 years ago. So yeah, some familiarity there. Wasn't a great day for us, but looking forward
Right.
to going to Jacksonville. I think we're a new football team.
That was the game. That was Bryce's last game of his rookie year. I think he was sacked like 6 times. So this could be a nice little redemption game. And to your point, very early in the season, so excitement around Travis Hunter, but maybe also still some question marks on Jacksonville's part on how he gets used. So could work
And
out.
how what are they offensively? What
Right.
has Lee Cohen decided to do offensively with that team?
Yeah. Week 2, head right back out on the road to Arizona. Go into the desert. That's
Yeah, going to the desert, very hot. Good thing it's a dome. Good thing it's a dome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and one thing I think Arizona early in the season, I think you have to bring it every single week. But Arizona is usually a team that starts out really, really good, and they have faded the last couple of years. But that's
a
something
couple of
that's a
years ago
team.
they started 8-0.
Yeah, exactly. And we played well against them the last couple of times. A few times we played against Arizona, so that's going to be a good challenge. Every game's a challenge, but week 2 on the road, 2 weeks back to back on the road to start the season. So that's something that we can look on the back end and appreciate some of the home games later on. But another road test going to Arizona against a quality football team that's quietly building. They're a solid team. I think they had a pretty good draft, and they're quietly adding to that roster.
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
defense especially has been
Yeah.
more tough than recent years.
He's got a solid point. I wouldn't even really looking at that when we looked at Arizona, but yeah, he's exactly right. They have started out 8-0. Mm. Don't worry, you know.
Years. Week 3
Don't
finally get your
underestimate him.
home opener, and it is a divisional opponent, the Atlanta Falcons. Get them early in the season.
Yeah, and at home in the first division game, and that's something that as we go through, we'll talk about what the rest of the division looks like. But get Atlanta early. Still, young quarterback in Penix, and
Mm-hmm.
the 2 draft picks, the 2 first-round picks, their defensive ends that they wanted to draft outside linebackers, and so they're trying to address the defense. We know they're a pretty talented team on offense, a ton of weapons on offense,
Mm-hmm.
receiver wise, running back wise. So yeah, but to get that division game at home against Atlanta Falcons, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
You'd love to be 2-0 to go into that game,
Mm-hmm.
have Bank of America Stadium, kind of have it rocking. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It gets going as the season goes on whenever things are going well. But
Right.
man, open up division game at home against Atlanta. That's quality there.
Yeah. That's a
Notice how it says on the bottom Falcons selected 2 first-round edge defenders. 2 first-round edge defenders. Juwan Walker and James Pierce Jr. And James Pierce Jr. had the fastest 40 time in the combine.
that'll be a good home opener. Week 4, right back out on the road, heading up the coast to New England Patriots. Another team that, I mean, a quarterback that a lot of people here in Carolina are very familiar with, and Drake May. And then, they drafted Will Campbell pretty early on in the draft this year. But again, a new head coach for them, but someone that's been in the league a long time. Do you think that that's a good game to get this early in the schedule?
Yeah, I do. I'm liking that it's early in the season. To be very honest, I think that's a team that can be a sleeper team. I think Drake May is still young, still learning, so it will only be his 4th game in Josh McDaniels' offense. But Mike Vrabel, he's just quality. He's a quality head football coach. You know what you're going to get from these teams. They're going to be unbelievably well coached, special teams wise, situationally. They're going to be really coached, and they're going to be hard. This is a team that it's going to be a fist fight.
Yeah.
And I love that December 28th. The weather most likely will be good. You'll get a little reprieve from the heat and humidity that hopefully will start to subside, but that's usually nice. And at least it's not late in the year in New England.
Right.
I know we talked about Green Bay and where that's going to be located on the schedule, but get New England early on. That's another positive. And we're starting with that division, that AFC division. This is where we play those, so we're starting with that division.
Yeah, I think other than Arizona and Atlanta, 2 AFC teams in that first 4, and then come home and get another one. Week 5 is going to be at home versus the Miami Dolphins, back into that AFC division there. I feel like that's a game that could go either way. There's so many question marks there with just Miami as a whole, and it's in that part of the season where you're starting to learn more about teams.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to get Jake's opinion about this one. Because we've been kind of 50-50 on the fence throughout our group here on this stream. So let's see what he thinks.
You know it is, and that's something Miami. There's a lot of question marks. I think we all know too with Tyreek Hill and that bunch, but they had some issues at the offensive line last year, and certainly defensively.
Mm.
You know, we don't know what their personnel is going to be like. I
Right.
think no one really knows what's going to happen there defensively. But we've had some struggles against Miami the last few times we've played them, albeit it's been in Miami. So it'd be good to get them back at home. And the thing that I love, and we'll hit it a little bit, like we starting out the season with, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 or 5. This is 5 games we're starting with at teams that were not in the playoffs last year. So this
Oh,
is I kind of like I like looking at it like that also.
that's a great
Mm-hmm.
point. I'm interested to see like how that kind of lands once we look at the whole schedule too.
Sure.
So
Solid
stay
point.
at home for week 6 versus the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, at this point, are the Cowboys buying condos in Charlotte? This is the 3rd year in a row that we've hosted the Cowboys here at Bank of America.
Yeah, and we certainly know how the Dallas fans travel. And the last couple of times we've hosted them, it was later in the season, and things weren't going well. And so, you know, Dallas really filled up that stadium. I think that's the biggest thing. When I look at that, my deal is that needs to be a Carolina like true home game. I mean,
Yeah.
that's something that we need to start out the season well, play well, want our fans to love us. But like this is where that's just how my mind works. Like, no, we owe these guys. They've come
Yeah.
in, they take over the stadium. Those fans from Dallas, and it hasn't gone our way against them. So another team that wasn't in the playoffs last year that got the best of us.
You heard the man. Show up.
Late in the season when we started to play better, and that was a bump in the road against us. And so that's a team that there's always going to be a ton of media hype around the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
So yeah, that's something that that's another one I'm really looking forward to on back to America Stadium.
Yeah, always a good one when you play the Star. Week 7, back up to the coast or back up the New England coast, going to New York, which means going to New Jersey, to play the Jets. Middle of October. I love that game just as somebody who loves New York City and wants to be there during the fall. You tell me the football side of it.
Well, that's another thing. A new head football coach with Justin Fields as a quarterback. So I'm
Right.
assuming it's going to be a team that's going to be a heavy run type of team, not turn the ball over. And they want to bring Aaron Glenn was a tough player, even though he was an undersized cornerback. He was tough. He wasn't afraid to tackle, wasn't afraid to hit somebody. Great cover guy. I think that's how he coaches. He coaches tough, and then coming from Detroit and that whole Dan Campbell, that's what they preach. They want to run the football and be tough. And so that's another team that was not in the playoffs last year. We certainly know they have pieces on defense. That's for certain.
Right.
And offensive line wise, they're investing heavily in their offensive line. So, you know, but to New York, October 19th, again, weather. This kind of, in a way, is set up for us. It's pretty good schedule wise, weather wise.
We'll thank weather.com for that one. I'm sure they had a say in it. But
Right.
to your point, I mean, Aaron Glenn with that defense, that'll be a really, really good, not quite midseason, but almost midseason test there for Bryce Young and this offense and Dave Canales. That'll be a fun one to watch. Come back home for week 8 to face Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen. A midseason game against Buffalo, I mean, that could go. Buffalo's so strong. Josh Allen is so strong, but that's one of those teams that seems to get stronger as the season goes on. Do you like them being there in week 8?
I'll be very honest. I mean, Buffalo's not a good opponent week 1 to week 18.
That's true.
They've established a great program. They really have. And so all the ex-Carolina Panthers from McDermott and Bean and everybody else, this would be kind of a homecoming for them to come back to Carolina. But yeah, Josh Allen and company, that's going to be a tough task. So think about it. Our first game against a playoff opponent from 2024 will be October 26th. So
Wow.
we've gone the whole season so far without playing someone that was in the playoffs. So Buffalo's coming in, be our hands full type of all games are. But again, wouldn't it be kind of meaningful? Like, hey, could this be the upstart Panthers, that quiet team that's kind of stayed quiet, finish the season okay, and if we can kind of stay healthy and kind of start to make a little run, it would be an awesome litmus test to say the least.
And to your point, at that point, um, it starts a run of playoff teams.
Yeah, it does.
And it's not quite in a row, but there's a decent little run here because in week 9, we'll let DB and Robert Hunt know this one promptly. Week 9, head up to Green Bay. First weekend of November. Again, to your point, weather-wise, I don't know if that could have worked out much better.
Yeah, that's really good. You would assume it would be chilly, at least somewhat, but you would doubt it's going to be the frozen tundra at that point.
Right.
But yeah, listen, that's a solid football team. We're going to play, and there's something magical about going to play in Green Bay. No matter who you are or how young. I know for me, I was, I'm 50 years old now, but there was something always magical to go to Lambeau and to play. And yes, they've modernized it some, but it's still that old walk, little tunnel down to the stadium, and those are some passionate fans. It's a great environment. It's a fun game to go play. Because you just feel like you're on historic ground, so you're in Lambeau Field. But yeah, that's something that November 2nd, I know players will be happy about that.
This is such an aside, but you made the comment about like it's modernized, but you still feel like you're on historic ground. I worked there for a couple of years, and I remember sitting in the press box one day when it finally hit me because it's like they update this place every year to make sure it still has all of the modern amenities, but it does still feel like you could be sitting there in 1950. I was like, why is it? What is the aesthetic that they've hit here? And I finally realized there are no ribbon boards in that stadium. You have 2 jumbotrons at each end that are just jumbotrons. That's it. But there's no ribbon boards in that stadium.
Well, I know as a player wise, there was something. I just think everything leading up to it. I mean, you're in a small town. It's not like it's big skyscrapers and things of that nature. You're in a small town. People park in people's yards for the game. Real friendly. They all wave at you, and it's a different feel. And you go in the locker room, and then that walk,
that little bitty tunnel,
that cement feel, that smell, just everything leading out in that field. It's a cool environment.
Not to mention that famous statue of the famous guy right there. A lot of history in Lambeau. A lot of history.
Yeah. Well, come home from that for week 10 to face the Saints. That's the first divisional game since week 3. You go from week 3 to week 10 with no divisional opponents.
Yeah, that's so that's a break. So I think we all know what's going to happen from here on out. We're going to start seeing a lot of those division games, and so getting the Saints, and that's a team with a lot of question. But listen, it's a division game. I mean, this is when it starts. I mean, there's a professional hatred when you play division teams, and so hopefully,
that's a fact, Jake. That's a fact.
As the schedule goes, we've only up until this point we've had 2 playoff teams from the year prior. That's it. So schedule-wise, if you look at record-wise, strength of schedule, it's pretty favorable for us this year. Now, certainly things will change with injuries, and teams will be better, and some will be worse compared to 2024. But yeah, getting the Saints at home on November 9th, and that's when you hope that you're starting to. You don't want to say the playoff push, but you're starting. You put yourself.
You're seeing some things.
Yeah, you kind of put yourself in position to kind of go forward.
Yeah, have another divisional opponent the next week. Go on the road to Atlanta. That's a quasi home game. That trip is so short. But yeah, back-to-back divisional opponents there with Atlanta.
Ooh. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this on the bottom? We are 9-22 as a franchise when playing in Atlanta. We were 8-21 before we got that win in Week 18 last year. Think about that. Just want y'all to process that a minute.
But then I'm going to move on to Week 12 here because this is where it kind of gets interesting. Week 12. They will go on the road to San Francisco. That is a Monday Night Football primetime game.
Panthers' first Monday night game since week 2 of the 2023 season against the Niners. Ooh. I mean, I'm just saying. The last time we had that Monday night game, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Game. It'll be 4:15 in San Francisco, but it'll be
I was at
8:15
that game.
primetime game. That's
That did not go well.
I've heard coaches give me both sides of the argument for if you have a primetime game and it's not a Sunday night game,
I had
would you
fun
rather
though.
it be Thursday or would you rather it be Monday? And some coaches like that you get an extra day to prepare when it's on Monday, and other coaches hate that you then lose that extra day to prepare for the following week. So, what does it look like to have a Monday night game here?
Panthers have a 7-4 record when traveling to San Francisco. Now, I'm wondering, does that include the Super Bowl as well in that record, or is it just against San Fran? Because if we're including the Super Bowl, that's a 7-5. Just being in that building. Ouch.
Week 12, and especially a West Coast one at that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and that's something that I can attest to that. I know, for me as a player, I love playing a team off of a Monday night game because they're, especially if they were a road
Like you
team.
you wanted your opponent to be coming off a Monday night
Yeah,
game?
because you always felt like, hey, they're 30-something hours less in preparation, body-wise, and things like that. And we're starting to get in that push later in the season. This is November 24th. The body's affected starting in training camp. But really, sometimes you can have some attrition at that point. And so going to San Fran, Monday night game, and we didn't have a Monday night game last year for the Panthers.
Didn't have a primetime game.
Exactly, and I think we had one in 2023, but I think that was the stacked doubleheader where it was 2 games on that Monday night, if I remember. So yeah, this is playing on Monday night. Players are going to be juiced. It'll be in San Fran. I'm assuming the NFL schedule makers, possibly because I know it's a few years removed, but the Christian McCaffrey,
Right.
ex-Carolina Panther, and so yes.
Ooh. That's possible. That's possible. What do y'all think? Is that what they saw when they scheduled us against the Niners? Y'all think they're trying to pit us against CMC? Jake, you might be onto something, buddy.
San Fran, our Monday night game, but for me, I'm excited that we're going to be on national TV,
Right.
and hopefully we're playing well at that time to kind of get us back in the national spotlight.
That was something Dave Canales made a point of pointing out last year when there were no primetime games on the schedule. He said you have to earn those primetime games, and so I think it maybe said
Facts. Gotta earn them. We didn't earn them under Matt Rule. We didn't earn them under Frank. Time to start earning them.
something about what this team did in the second half of last season that maybe they've earned this primetime game.
Yeah, I hope so. And that's something that I learned early in my career, to echo what Dave said. I was in New Orleans. It was the 2000 season, and the Saints were coming off of a 3-win. We had 3 wins in '99. So whole new coaching staff, front office, everything. And I never forget the schedule came out, and Jake Reed, longtime NFL wide receiver, the first thing he got up and he spoke up and he said, guys, he goes, I don't know if you looked at the schedule. He said, every game, and New Orleans on Central Time, he said, every game's at noon.
Yeah.
He said, that's not good enough. That's not who we want to be. We want to be playing on some primetime games. Because he had come from Minnesota with the Chris Carter and the Randy Moss and the high-flying team. So that was something that always stuck with me because I was so early on in my career. But yeah, Dave was right. I mean, you have to earn those, and I think the way we kind of finished last season, I think we earned the right to be on it. So hopefully we can kind of get on that rotation.
Yeah. Do get a little bit of a reprieve in the sense that the game coming off of that Monday night game is a home game, so you don't have to go back out on the road. Face another NFC West opponent with the Rams coming to town there in Week 13. Another team that could go so. It could be on completely 2 different ends of the spectrum. We have no idea where they could be right now, but you're still going to get Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, you're still going to get a really good quarterback. Well, he's borderline great quarterback. I mean,
Yeah.
I think just shown by leaving Detroit and what he's done in LA, and that's a team they're quietly. Um, I know they think they're a Super Bowl football team. I think they think they're a close team. And look, they played Philadelphia.
And they're only a
So
couple of years removed from one.
yeah,
Hmm.
and they've done a good job of drafting. They've hit some young kids, and they've done a good job. So Sean McVay, he's up there with one of
Hmm.
the better coaches in the league. So yeah, short week, but then again, it's at home. It's November 30th. This team has been on a big run. You know, we played a lot of football, hadn't had a break, and so you just kind of you just got to burn the candle at both ends. I mean,
Yeah.
you just got to get ready, give everything, and come back home and have a good game against the Rams, and then you could have a little present at the end of that.
Yeah, all of that to say, I don't know if at that point it's when you need it most or when it's you're desperate for it. But finally, a week 14 bye. If you're a player and you look at a schedule and you see a bye in the month of December, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, I'm telling you. To be
Ooh,
quite honest, I'm
good
not so
question.
sure. Gosh, I hadn't played in what 14 or 15 years, whatever it may be, but I'm not so sure
Very good question.
that the buys went into December back when I played because it was only one of 16 game
Hmm.
season. It wasn't 17. So yeah, that's a late buy, and yeah, your body's gonna want it, right?
Hmm.
And just you're thinking, and it's like, okay, it's in December and it's Christmas time, and so like players, there's going to be so much going on, and then,
Right.
but you just need a rest, and hopefully you need a rest in a good way, and let your mind kind of settle just a little bit because you're coming back with 4 games, and you're hoping it's that big playoff
Hmm.
push. I mean, this is what you play for. I mean, you want meaningful games in November and especially December.
I mean, to your point, you come back from the bye with 4 games left. 3 of them are
Hmm.
divisional games, and we'll go through them real quick here. But
Sure.
3 of your last 4 being divisional games, that could be your season.
It could be your season, and that's a good thing. I like that. I know as a player, I think you're very familiar with your division opponents, right? Yeah, you should be, and so you're going to see them a ton on film, and even on like if you're not playing. So like we'll be playing Atlanta, so we'll be watching Atlanta's defense and
Hmm.
then offense and the special teams,
Hmm.
but you're going to start to see those division opponents in that tape when you're digesting that tape. So
Right.
you know
Hmm.
who those division opponents
Good
are, and
point.
so you kind of get some of that early film watch, I guess you could say. But yeah,
Hmm.
you got the Saints in New Orleans. That's another thing. December,
Hmm.
you coming off the at San Fran, November 24th. Weather should be okay. Maybe a little
Right.
windy. November 30th, Rams in Charlotte. Love
Weather
our
be
Charlotte,
good.
right? Okay, at New Orleans, December 14th. Climate control, 72 degrees, right?
Right.
That's perfect. So you get a division game, and then after that December 14th game, I'll let you get on week 16.
Yeah, you come back home to play Tampa Bay. First time you played Tampa Bay all season. They're in week 16. Um, Tampa Bay is 2 of the last 3. I mean, I'll run through this really quick and then we can just break down these last
Sure.
3. Tampa Bay week 16 at home. Week 17 is Seattle at home. Presumably a Saturday game that is subject to change with flex, but
Hmm.
as of right now, the NFL has it penciled in as a Saturday game, and then go
Hmm.
back on the road week 18 for Tampa Bay to close out the schedule and to close out those division games. So I know it's not necessarily uncommon to get one divisional opponent in a short span of time, especially at the end of the season. I want to say that happened with Tampa Bay last year as well. I'm trying to remember
Right.
exactly where they landed. Um, but yeah, what does that give you? Does that how much of an advantage and or disadvantage is that to have a divisional opponent, within 3 weeks of each other, or does it work the same for them and that kind of all cancel each other out?
Well, I think it works for the same for both teams, but I know if I'm gonna look at it from a Panther lens, I'm gonna say I love this. We're
Mm-hmm.
playing a team that's won the division the last few years, and that's what I'm excited about. That's a good football team, Tampa, and you would
Hmm.
assume that team would be in the mix. So if
Hmm.
we're in the mix, what better? What more could you ask for? You have Tampa, and the thing that I kind of like about it, if you look at the
Fair
back
point.
half, after the Monday night on November 24th, there's not a lot of travel involved. I mean,
Right.
there's
I mean,
Right.
the only travel is to New Orleans and Tampa.
exactly New Orleans and Tampa, and we both know those are what hour and 15-minute flights,
Yeah.
whatever. not 4. That's those, and then 3 home games mixed in. So I love that. New Orleans on the 14th. Then you have Tampa on the 21st, and you play Seattle, and the to be determined. We're not sure yet on that Saturday, but again, I think players will look at it like, hey, we're on normal week schedule, right? Yes, we have a Monday night and there's a Saturday, but that's just a day difference. It's not like we're thrown in there on Black Friday or we're thrown in there
Right, on Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's something that you know, and this means something. Guys with families, and when Coach Canales is making the schedule and things like that, like that's all gets factored in. But to play Tampa, Seattle, they got to come to Carolina, and then we go to Tampa. I mean, how great would it be up for the NFC South on Week 18 in Tampa?
Right.
Weather should be good. That's going to be early January in Tampa. So yeah, exciting, exciting. I like the way the schedule kind of lays out for us. I think it's a favorable schedule. It's favorable when you play well and you win, right? So,
Right. So
hopefully
yeah,
that-
it's only favorable if you win.
sure.
But and then Seattle getting late there too. I'm sure that'll be an interesting game for Dave Canales. Obviously, it's not in Seattle. That might have make it a little different. You know, he talked about having a moment of like reflection playing in Tampa last year. I'm sure playing Seattle will be even more so. But that is a different coaching staff, a lot of different players. Something that's kind of interesting about Seattle is they now have Cooper Cup. So, you know, what does that do for their offense? But I'm sure going into week 17, we'll have a much better idea of what that looks like with Cooper Cup.
You know,
and their
it
offense.
will. Yeah, and I think the thing that will kind of be interesting, and I don't know if we'll ever revisit this when we're taping, but if we would revisit it later in the season just to see, like, listen, there's going to be injuries, right? There's going to be players. Who's going to be, you know, a rookie star that nobody really thought
Who's going to be
of.
the Jalen Coker of this year?
I mean, yeah,
That
you
part.
just don't know what's how it all shakes out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if you go back, it, if we're looking at this schedule, and this is the 24th schedule, right? And you see San Fran November 24th, you're like, all right, that's going to be a doozy because they're going to have 10, 11 wins at that time.
Right.
If you go back to last year, they were just a depleted football team, injury after injury, and they weren't the same football team. They couldn't really stop anybody. So you just don't know how the whole season will play out, where it can go south or it can go the other way. So this is something that when you look at it, I think you kind of – that's why it's given in the offseason. You take a look at it, you kind of, all right, this is what I think is going to happen. But once the season starts, it is 1 week at a time. I mean, you just kind of go forward 1 week at a time. Where do we play? When do we need to leave? What time do we play?
Right.
I got to. That's just.
Where are my shoes? Like, where are my shoes when I get there?
Last 9 games on this schedule is all NFC opponents. You know, so we knock out our AFC opponents early, and then what? We have 5 of our 6 division games from November 9th on. So it's a. It's weighted toward the back end of the schedule, especially for, you know, if you want to, hopefully playoffs could be something that we can maybe start to kind of, we need to play good, right? But like, why not, right? Why not? We play good football and give ourselves a position to maybe have a chance.
A couple of things now that we've gone through all this, a couple of things that I extrapolated, and then I want to hear your thoughts as well before we wrap up. Going back again to the weather, people are going to be like, man, they talked about the weather a lot. But it feels like Jacksonville and that early Falcons game at home are kind of the only like hot games, really, potentially for hot games. And then to get New York and Green Bay during the fall, October, early November, honestly couldn't have asked for anything better there, I don't think. That's a really good point about the wind, too. I had not even considered that factor of it. I did want to ask you one other thing that just kind of...
The wind really becomes a factor when it comes to kicking, so...
It jumped out at me and I wanted your opinion. Starting with 2 road games is whatever, but you're starting with 2 road games that one is the East Coast, one is the West Coast, and 2 completely different, I guess, effects on your body in terms of where you're at. You know, you're on the Atlantic Coast, you're in the desert.
Ooh,
what does that
good
do?
point. Jet lag.
How much do you start preparing for that if you're a player like that week
Time
before?
zone
Do you
difference.
start kind of just preparing your body for like, okay, I'm about to be on a plane a lot. I'm going one coast to another back-to-back weekends. Like, do you think too much about that, or is that kind of overthinking it?
I think the way sports science has developed and what the way guys train now, and you have an idea of the speeds at practice with everything that they wear. So you have a pretty good idea and to get your body hydrated. But, I think the thing I look at Jacksonville, that's a short flight, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
just a quick little flight. You're going to be home at a decent time on a Sunday evening to fly the next week. And I can't recall if Coach Canales is a guy that likes to leave on Friday or not. I'm trying
He's
to.
a Saturday guy.
He's a Saturday guy, yeah, and I've always
Mm.
been a Saturday guy. I like that. You get in, you head to Arizona, and so yeah, I think the way guys take care of themselves and the sports science, sports nutrition, that we're usually on top of that.
Yeah. Was there anything that kind of jumped out at you about this schedule? I know we haven't been looking at it
I
long,
think
but
the big thing for me was all the division games late. And I'll be
Mm.
honest, I love Tampa two out the last three. That was something that jumped out to me when my first glance. You kind of looking, okay, where's the cold game? Okay, boom, check. We don't have one. Where are the division games? So where's the Monday night game? Where's the Sunday night? Are we, what? Or do we have a Thursday night or somewhere? So it's kind of one of those. But I look at it. I think the thing that sticks out to me, we have Tampa two out the last three. So let's give ourselves an opportunity because I'm under the assumption that Tampa's going to be a solid football team. I think they've earned that right.
Mhm.
That they have to be considered a solid football team, and so I'd have a feeling they're going to be there at the end. And so I love that. I love Tampa two
Mhm.
of the last three.
yeah, it should be exciting. Now we just got to get there. No big deal.
Yeah,
It'll be here before we know it.
yeah. There's no doubt it'll be here before we know it. Second phase of OTA is going on right now. The rookies are getting acclimated with the veterans, so yeah, it'll be here before we know it. And that's the thing that I just don't know. Rookie wise, when they're going to see the schedule and like what is their mindset about it? I don't
Yeah.
think they
Ooh, good question.
really understand.
Mm.
It's different. The NFL is different. It's a grind, and you've got to get yourself mentally and physically prepared week in and
Mm.
week out. And a late buy, very very late buy. So it's not something you can worry about. I think it's something you think about when it happens. Oh, let's enjoy it.
Hmm.
I think
Mm.
that's kind of how you have to look at it.
I did just actually think about one other thing as we were saying this part. So much of week one is probably going to be focused on Travis Hunter and what he does
Oh,
for
sure.
Jacksonville. Week two could
Mhm.
be interesting because I know it's the Cardinals, but still going back to Arizona, that'll be a homecoming for T Mac.
Yeah.
Could that be his first,
Mm. Good point.
chance to step out on the big
Good point.
stage and let us see what he can do. So
Yep.
Yeah, exactly right. And you have so many of those. In free agents when they sign
mhm.
somewhere.
Yeah. Well, that'll cover that video. Thank you guys for being a part of that with me and reacting with me on that. Um, but yeah, very interesting. Uh, very interesting stuff there. Good questions asked and good analysis by Jake Delham there. I like what we're seeing. But I think we covered pretty much all that we're going to cover tonight. So, that being the case, I want to thank you guys for coming out. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so regarding our schedule and what you thought about it. You know, what's your record prediction? What do you think we're gonna do, and why? Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. And I'll be doing some game streams coming up next month or so. So we'll get into Panthers content around the training camp time in July, and that'll be that. So if you were here for Panthers content, we will see you guys in July. But if you're here for gaming content too, stick around, and music content, because we'll do some podcasting about that stuff. Possibly talk about some baseball, some different sports as well. We're going to branch out a little bit in the next couple months during off season. So, for content reasons. But we'll see you guys soon. But thank you guys so much for the support. Love you much. Take it easy, Panthers fans. Just a couple of months, man. Just a couple of months. Just think about it, man. It's a couple of months. It's a couple of months. we'll be back at it again. But this stream is still going. You know, we're still going strong throughout the off season. Stick around. We'll talk Panthers content, you know, throughout these gaming streams and stuff like that too. So, you know, that's the primary focus of what we do on this channel, of course, as well as help people. So, shout out to David Screws. Shout out to all the people that were in chat. Appreciate you. Shout out to all the people in Discord that were helping us out today from the team chat. And all those people that wanted to join it but couldn't, you know, in Discord. Much love to you. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Other content creators out there, go check them out. Go talk to them. Go see what they think of this schedule. I'm going to be doing that for the next week here. And just see what they think. Just watching some VODs. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. And stay happy, healthy, and well. And make sure you're hitting that bell so you don't miss any new content. Check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for scheduling for the game streams in the off season and podcasts. And if you want to get an intro like the one you see on your screen if you're a content creator and you want to up your game, go check out Lindara Tai. Using the last name Tai, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara, on Instagram for channels, videos, panels, etc. Go check her out. Tell her we sent you. She'll hook you up. She's awesome to work with, fair pricing, and looking for new clients. Lindara Tai on Instagram. This has been the scheduled release stream for the Carolina Panthers for 2025 season. We'll see you guys in the next one. In the meantime, you already know what to do. You already know. Keep pounding. Peace, guys. See you guys next time.